This is a quick mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the public session of the Pelham Board of Education line by line budget review meeting of March 6th, 2021. We're going to rise now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Sue? Item 2.4 is a reiteration of the executive session motion.
Yes, the board met in executive session to discuss the academic record of a particular student.
Great, thank you. Just some brief opening remarks.
Excuse me, Jess, before we go on, I think you need to appoint me as clerk pro tem for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, I listed after the opening remarks, but I could do
Okay,
that.
my mistake.
Thank you. I was like, oh, how did I miss that?
Sorry, I didn't have it quite in front of me. I just knew it was in there somewhere.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that next. I just wanted to alert the public of our public comment sessions if they're tuning in. So today is our all-day line-by-line budget review meeting, done a little bit differently this year because we're in a pandemic and we have the athletic teams are using our gym and some of the rooms where we would be able to meet as a group of this size and include public. So this felt, given the pandemic, the safest way to go about this year's line by line meeting. We are still going to have our two public comment sessions, one at 11:30 for the morning session and one at 2:45 for the afternoon session. If you would like to submit public comment in the morning, please email me by 11:15 at jddomenico@pelhamschools.org. And in the afternoon session, please email me directly by 2:15 and be sure to include your name and your mailing address, your Pelham mailing address. And if possible, keep the comments as brief as possible because I do have to read them. Per the usual, we do not respond to our public comments in our meetings, but I will be sure to respond or have Dr. Champ or forward the question or comment along to Mr. Ricky, our Assistant Superintendent for Business and for Facilities, and we'll be sure to respond back to you. Mr. Ricky, I know, is on hand all budget season, all year, but especially during budget season, if you want to email him directly. Sorry, Mr. Ricky, but I've heard you offer that up before with any specific questions about the budget, as he is the big whiz in the district on this topic. So, and then we will have 3 additional meetings in person where members of the community will be able to come and share public comment in person. That would be on the 24th of March, the 7th of April, and the 21st of April. Okay. So this brings us to 3.1, which is a motion to appoint clerk pro tem of Dr. Champ for this meeting. Do I have a motion? Thanks, John. A second? Thanks, Jess. Leah, you're presenting your screen by accident. Thanks. Okay, any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we have a bit of business at this meeting. Section 4 is policy 7410, co-curricular activities and emergency resolution. Eileen.
Hi. So we had a policy meeting actually just yesterday, and this came up that Dr. Champ wanted us all to talk about and think about. What's happening at the high school level with varsity and JV sports is that given the report that just came out, there are some students who are not eligible to play at the moment. And unfortunately, our existing policy, which has rarely apparently been enforced in the past, doesn't allow for them to do anything to get back into their team until the next report card, which given the shortened seasons is a real detriment. Also, just given everything that's going on this year, it seems like the wrong time to eliminate a point of connection for any students. So what we talked about doing is, while still maintaining some expectations and rigor, by setting up a meeting with the assistant principal and also with their the students' guidance counselors, that they can come up with a contract that requires them to do whatever it is that they need to do to maintain some kind of academic progress, and allows them to play with some very rigorous check-ins required. So the student is going to have to check in with teachers and check in with the guidance counselor and the assistant principal. It is not something where we throw it all to the wind and just allow them. So if the students are willing to enter that contract, this allows them to get back to their teams. And that would be an option for all students who, for whatever reason, are not eligible to play right now. And this would be for this school year only. I do think that as a policy committee, we'll go back and probably look at that policy because it is pretty draconian. You know, once you're out, you're kind of out, and we want kids to feel as though there's a way to get back in. So that was what it was about. I have nothing else to say. You're muted, Dr. Chin.
Thanks, Eileen. You captured the conversation perfectly from yesterday.
So this is emergency resolution on top of an existing policy.
Right.
In place.
That's correct.
Do you have any questions or comments? So I'm going to actually take a motion then to approve that. I just announced it. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve policy 7410 co-curricular activities emergency resolution. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thanks, Leah. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sue. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we have one budget transfer in section 5, which is financial reports in motion. Do I have a motion to approve the 2020-2021 budget transfers?
So moved.
Thankfully,
Second.
or Eileen, and I missed you with a second. A man. It was John. Mr. Ricky, anything to add here? Any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, just thank you for taking this up. This helps us in getting our materials and equipment in place for reopening the school. With this, we were getting the air purifiers. We've received box fans, which will be used as exhaust fans. We're also going to have to go out and looking to acquire desks, barriers, and other items to make sure we have what we need when schools open up. So this gets us all in place, and we've drained some of the other accounts in the meantime to get those orders out, and this helps replenish that.
I have a question. I have a couple of questions. So is this a fan and purifier for each classroom?
So yes, we bought 300 box fans. They were delivered this week. The idea is to put a box fan as an exhaust, as the guidance showed, in every window, in every classroom window. Also in order for 250 air purifiers to go in every classroom. One for every classroom.
How did we decide on the exact model of purifier? Is this just whatever was available or what?
Well, some of it is availability. We also surveyed our partner districts, and we saw what other places were doing, what they were able to get. And one of the units that we've targeted is one that's in place actually up in Rye, and and we can get them. They can fulfill that order. They gave us a 20-day lead time on that.
So was there any? When I first heard about this, I was a bit skeptical, but someone sent out a nifty link to a New York Times article, and it made me more convinced. But I'm still, it's a lot of money for something we're going to be using for 6 months or so, and the efficacy of this is what I'm, is it something to make us feel better? Is it going to work? So I still have questions about that. I'm not inclined to vote against it, but it's a lot of money to spend for seriously questionable result. It's the only way I can look at it.
I agree. I think I really like the New York Times animation. I thought that was really great. A couple of things that we always look at, and I'm sure you noticed it too, that was a room without ventilation. So, but it was very illustrative to kind of show you exactly how the air flows. And of course, we do have ventilation. These units, we're going to have increased density in the classrooms. And I think by having open windows, exhaust fans, and those air purifiers, again, it's just layers of mitigation there to try to reduce risk. And at this point, it was one of those things that we're seeing in just about every other partner school district throughout the county as well, as part of everyone's reopening plan. And I guess we're going to need to use them. We know we're going to need to use them in the fall as we re-enter the colder weather in the fall too. So
that's where I think we do see the longer term uses into next year. Sorry, Jim, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think Dr. Champ can tell you how the discussions we've had about the cost associated with the two, but we do understand through the process, it's kind of the direction really every district has taken at this point in time.
I think Sue's hand went up first.
Yeah.
That answered my question. I was going to ask about their usage in the fall and into the cold weather next year. So we have every intention of keeping them in the classrooms through next year, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Jessica Young?
Yeah, Jim, I was wondering if you could just clarify the box fans. Did you mean we're having one box fan and one open window in every classroom, or are we adding a box fan to every window in a classroom?
So we're adding the idea is to add one box fan for exhaust to every classroom, but also as the weather permits, again, open windows as well to introduce as much fresh air as you can.
Okay, and the box fan like you said, it would be an exhaust fan.
Yes. And ideally not put the purifier underneath the box fan.
Okay. And so that means that every classroom we have has at least one operable window, or can we count on them having more than one, or is it just one?
Well, we got 300 box fans right now. If there's an instance where it's a super large room and they need two, certainly I think we'll have the ability to be flexible. But right now, and I know Tricia Fitzgerald and I were talking about it yesterday as well. She's seen all the fans, and now we're getting all the extension cords and everything else. But it's just making sure we have it. Certainly, box fans is a much more economical remediation or mitigation process to start with too.
Yeah.
But again, we were able to secure them and use them all as exhaust fans. And as we looked at the guidance really was open windows, exhaust fan, air purifier, and then really wholesale HVAC remodifications.
Thank you.
And I do think that in planning classroom use, we tried to make sure that there was no instruction in classrooms that did not have windows. So everything should have a window at this point. You may have fewer in the middle school that open only because of it being a conditioned building, but it still has appropriate air circulation. John?
I think Leah was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Leah, then John?
Sure. Jim, I have two sort of related questions that hopefully are neither as significant. Do we know whether we have the capacity for adding all of these electrical appliances into some of our older schools? And also, to that point, do we have a sense of how much this is going to increase our utility cost, if at all?
I know looking at the box fans, really the equivalent of a light bulb. So that wasn't that much of a draw. As John Condon and I looked at the facilities, looked at the air purifier. When we looked at it, we didn't see anything that we felt would cause a significant draw. Really, it's a fan and pushing air through a HEPA filter in a very simplistic manner. That's what we're purchasing.
So we're exhausting all this air. Where is the makeup air coming from? You can't just exhaust air and not have that replaced by something.
I think that's your open windows.
So we're going to open one window and have an exhaust fan in a different window?
I think we'll open as many windows as we can and be able and exhaust too. Whatever's practical, we'll open windows Certainly exhaust from the one window, and then inside that room have air purification system working as well. A lot of fresh air.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we talked about the exhaust concept back at the beginning of the school year. I think we recognize it's a limited effect, given it's one box fan. We've got other things pulling air in. We're currently already getting at least 7 to 8 air exchanges in classrooms, as across the district to begin with.
We are.
Jim, that's a standard from what we got from the initial report.
That was
correct?
a write-up that we received from KG&D when they looked at the existing building ventilation systems and what we could expect from operating systems with buildings of our vintage.
Yeah. So this really would just be to supplement that.
Eileen, you had your hand up for a little bit.
Thanks. I wanted to clarify the 10% that goes to the facilities. Is that just to install these and maintain as needed?
I'm sorry, which part of the transfer?
Yeah, the transfer. There's 200,000, and then there's 20.
That 20 is for, I believe as we look at it, it's for just tree removal. That was going to be in another meeting that we had. We just had more forestry work before this year than we had in prior years.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so this brings us to the main event of the morning. We'll turn it over to Dr. Champ.
Okay, thank you. And I will give you just a fair warning. My earbuds are probably going to die in the midst of my presentation, as timing is everything. So let me know if you stop hearing me, and I'll make a quick switch, and we'll continue on. So thank you all for this morning. And I really need to start with an incredible amount of thanks to this administrative team who's on the screen. Because despite all the many voluminous challenges of this year, they have continued as always to work to contribute and put together and thoughtfully put together a budget proposal for the board that is anchored around our strategic plan, that is attentive to the needs of students and making sure that that drives what we do. So thank them in the midst of all this for doing the work to meet all of our deadlines and to really critically analyze what they're bringing to us today. Thanks for being here this morning to share detail and really explain the thinking behind what is in the proposal today. Thanks to the business office, to Jim and Jackie in particular, who have, this is their main event for the year every year. And really put a tremendous amount of work into this. There's so much detail in this plan. I say it every time and I'll say it again. I've never worked in a district that put this much detail into public detail into a budget. So we're really appreciative to them and the hard work of their department for all of that work and for just being creative, understanding the needs of our children, the needs of our teachers, and working to make sure that the budget resources are there so that our students can have the best education possible. This obviously was a very challenging year for us. We planned the budget that we're now living through. We had already made the plan for the budget, but then of course things had to be incredibly flexible as almost a year ago this coming week, we shut down for COVID. We had to be really flexible with how the budget was implemented this year. And because of the well-constructed budget and contingency opportunities we had, we were able to have been able to navigate through this year effectively. So the budget that we present to you today really is designed on a normal year, for lack of a better word, but also recognizing that there will need to be flexibilities again in the coming year. So again, thanks to everyone for their contributions in doing that. Jim, are you going to share your screen as we begin the formal presentation here this morning?
Well, let's see if I can bring it up here. And does everyone see it?
Yes, it's coming up right now.
Great.
So I'm going to just start us off today, and then I'm going to pass it off to Jim to get into the detail of the budget. So this is going to be somewhat familiar to the board as the beginning the overview is very similar to what we discussed at our last meeting. So a preliminary budget for this year will be a budget that has a total appropriation of $80,280,000. The budget to budget increase is a 4.67% increase. The bulk of that, as you will see, is related to the bond, the onset of the full spending for the bond. The projected allowable tax levy increase based on information that we have at this point in time is 3.31% levy increase. That is what is allowed under the current tax cap legislation, and that is the budget that we're presenting. So our preliminary budget is, though, subject to change, just as a point of information based on adjustments to state aid runs from New York State. We have the preliminary runs. We do anticipate final runs to come out later in April. But that is the starting proposal for us. And as you're going to see in just a moment, again, a major portion of that increase is related to the onset of the spending of the bond. So as everyone's probably relatively familiar at this point in time, the components of the tax increase are really two different sides of the coin, is how we like to refer to it. There's the operating side and the capital budget. So when you look at just the operating budget, that's all of the day-to-day, the salaries, materials, supplies, equipment, things to run our day-to-day educational program. That's the base starting point. So the state gives us a growth factor, and that's unique to each district. That is calculated in with the CPI, and as you know, the tax cap is set by either the CPI for the given year or 2%, whichever is lower. So this year, the CPI is 1.23%. It's the lower of the two, so that's our starting point. Once you take the CPI, calculate in the growth factor, we then have a 1.7% allowable increase on the operating budget side of the equation. So that's our starting point. But then we look to the capital side and the capital exclusions and see what that allows us under the tax cap. So this year you see some decreases in this side. We had so decreases but increases. We did thankfully have a, and this was known, we had an increase in projected building aid, and we're going to see the details of that coming up. So that was very helpful to us this year. We also had a reduction in debt service payments, and you're going to see reductions in use of debt service. But the big increase, as you see there, is the onset of the capital project, the big borrow related to the bond. So when you do the ins and outs of those, that brings us to an allowable capital exclusion portion of the tax cap of an additional 1.61%. So when you take the operating budget allowable portion plus the capital exclusions, that's where we arrive at our 3.31% allowable levy increase. The highlights within this budget that we'd like to share, and again, we anchor these around our strategic plan to make sure that that continues to be what drives our resource allocation. We know that we're all coming off a little bit over a year of remote learning, hybrid learning, and we all recognize that it's not the ideal learning platform for our students. So we normally budget some money for summer programming at the elementary and middle school level. We are providing within this budget additional funds because we want to make sure that we are able to identify and meet the needs of students who have been struggling and try to fill in some of those gaps that may have developed through this last year's learning. So there's additional money there. We also recognize the need to keep resources anchored around our social emotional learning supports for students. So there's funds to continue our work at the secondary level around implementation of the Steps A Universal DBT program, and at the elementary level, continuing the expansion of the responsive classroom model. We'll have trained 2 cohorts of teachers in responsive classroom at the end of this year. So our 3rd cohort is planned to be trained next year, which should get the bulk of our faculty at the elementary levels trained in that program. Additionally, K-12, we're continuing to work to improve our multi-tiered systems of supports. So continuing to provide funds to support training and increased professional learning around our multi-tiered systems of supports, K-12. In the past, the board may remember we, through retirement and attrition, we did a couple of years back eliminate a world languages position at the high school. Since then, teachers have been picking up additional classes to try to cover a class here and a class there. And what we've really seen is over the needs, our strong enrollment in world languages has continued. So to be able to cover it through, to continue to cover those positions through teachers taking on overages really is becoming unsustainable. So we feel that given the robust enrollment, we want to bring back that position that was eliminated a number of years ago. Also combined with that, we've reshaped the role of the world language coordinator. In the past, that person oversaw the world language program at the secondary schools. We have added oversight of our FLES program to that. And now this year, we actually even added oversight of the district's ENL program, so our English language learners, which has really increased the responsibilities on that role. But at the same time, I have to say, it's also improved our ability to serve the needs of our English language learners. So in looking at that role, what we want to do is provide us a bit more release time for that coordinator to provide better oversight to that program, and at the same time address these needs that, again, that were created at the high school through the elimination of the position a few years back. So we believe we can put all that together and add one position to the high school, likely a dual certified language position that will cover the requests that we already know are needed, our student course requests for next year, as well as provide that additional time to the coordinator to meet the needs of our English language learners, which are a small population, but one of our most vulnerable populations from an educational perspective. We're also proposing the addition of a high school science teacher, very similarly, and I think even before I was here, and I think Tom Callahan, Dr. Callahan has advocated annually for this. There was a bit of reduction to the science department that has been covered by teachers faithfully since then. But again, we're in a position where teachers are taking on a significant number of overages, which really becomes unsustainable in the long term. But also there's certain certifications that we from time to time have struggled to cover. So in this budget, we're proposing an additional high school position to meet what we already know are student course requests and demands, because we continue to have a very well-subscribed science program, both requirements as well as we've been working over the years to build electives. But this really would need this would meet the needs on the required side of our coursework. As we know, this year we have, being that we needed to support teachers and students in the virtual learning as well as in-person learning, we've added a number of online resources for our teachers and students, and we need to continue to provide those resources to them as we don't know what next year will hold. So we want to continue to support the softwares and subscription services that will work in remote, hybrid, and in-person learning. Continue, of course, then on a related note, to provide mobile learning devices so that we have a 1-to-1 ratio from grades 3 through 12. At the elementary level, that's a classroom-based model, ideally. At the secondary level, that is our 1-to-1, where students take the Chromebooks home and with them, but it's still a 1-to-1 ratio from grades 3 and up. We are continuing as furniture needs arise to expand with our innovative and flexible furnishing. So we have committed to that annually, to committed funds to that on an annual basis to continue the work that has been done by Dr. Garcia, the Innovation Committee, and continue the incredible grant that was given to us by the PEF. That really was a wonderful amount of seed money to start this initiative, and we committed at that time to seeing that through on a long-term basis. And of course, we always want to continue to keep our class sizes at or below the board standard. Those are the biggest highlights within the budget that we wanted to make you aware of. Jim can go on. Areas of savings that are helping us to achieve these goals this year. We do have a number of retirements, as you see. 2 teachers and a counselor from the Teaching Association, 2 teaching assistants, and 1 administrative assistant. These are always bittersweet opportunities for us as we lose a tremendous amount of expertise and institutional knowledge. but these do provide us budgetary savings, as those retirements generally retire at a higher salary level than those folks that come in as replacements. So we do plan to replace all of these retirements, as we do have needs in each of these areas based on enrollment and programmatic needs. But we will recognize some savings from the turnover in personnel. Also, something that has helped us with this budget, we were in negotiations last year with 2 bargaining units, CSEA and the teachers, and we recognize very favorable outcomes from those negotiations. We're incredibly thankful to those units for their willingness to come to the table. They recognized, given COVID, given the economic uncertainty and the economic devastation that was, that we were seeing last spring, that needed an adjustment in expectations certainly was warranted. And they were great partners in that, and we're incredibly thankful to them in that. In a special note, I will recognize the Teachers Association willing to take no increase in their cost of living above the contractual obligations for 2 years. And I do think that is worthy of note, that they really came to the table in a way that is in the benefit of the district and the benefit of our students ultimately. We also have, you'll see within this, there's some reduced tuition costs due to shifting student need. And with our student populations, especially those students with IEPs, we budget based on what students need. So the need drives the budget and not the other way around. We have seen savings in utilities, and a lot of that is really coming from the hard work of the facilities department, completing out or working to complete out the shift to LED lighting, but also significantly adding controls to our heating and cooling systems that have helped us to run more efficiently. And then also you'll see we had an increase over what was projected for county sales tax from Westchester County. Again, a year ago when we built the budget, COVID was in the forefront, and we set our expectations much lower, and thankfully we did get an increased revenue coming from Westchester County. The areas that you will see of increase significantly, most significantly, relate to the debt service related to the capital projects. And as the board and the community are aware, we knew that there would be a year where there would be a major onset. So we've worked over the last few years to gradually build up to that, so there weren't significant jumps in any one year. And we've thankfully been able to accomplish that through use of the debt service fund in particular. This is the year where the big borrow occurred. So you will see that once we get into the detail, and again, through use of debt service reserve, we were able to smooth that out somewhat from a long-term perspective. We've also seen a little increase in healthcare rates, a little bit over 4% there, and retirement ERS and TRS systems have seen increases as well. One other piece that I think is, 2 pieces I think that are significant before my earbuds die. We did, I guess, because of the continuing increased reliance on our technology infrastructure for everything from surveillance cameras, all the learning systems, Chromebooks. There's been a significant to reliance on that. As a result, we really need to increase our capacity to support the instructional infrastructure of the district. So we did propose through BOCES services, not as a district employee, but through our BOCES services, and additional instructional technology support. It's actually assistant network support that will certainly help John and his department to provide the support we need given this new, the increased reliance. And finally, within this budget, I think the year has finally come that the district offices will have to move off-site into rental space, and the construction will begin to convert our office space into classroom space. And that work is scheduled to begin May 1st in the curriculum and special education office areas, and then over the summer in the business office and superintendent suite. So Jim, you can go on. I'm going to disconnect my earbuds, so give me just a moment there. Okay, are you able to hear me still? Yes, good. Okay. Just a quick overview here of kind of the ins and outs. So on the revenue side of the budget, you see as usual, property taxes continue to be the most significant portion of revenues in our district. We are most reliant on our community and our taxpayers for the biggest portion of our revenues. So we are incredibly appreciative of the folks in the community who continue to invest in the quality of their schools. We have state aid is the next biggest source of revenue for us. This year, we do see an increase in state aid of just over $700,000. Again, the largest portion of that is coming from building aid. We did have an expected increase in building aid, a little bit over $500,000. Plus, as Jim will likely mention, some early aid that we were able to access that helped to get that number up a little bit higher. So our base level of aid generally stayed about the same, but building aid was the source of that increase. Miscellaneous receipts, you see a little bit of decrease there. That tends to be things like tuition, sales tax, et cetera. Although we saw an increase in sales tax, we saw decreases in some other areas. Yep, thank you. We one note preliminary budget column title there should have been changed to 21-22. So we'll make that correction on when we post this to the website. Thank you for catching that. Appropriation of fund balance, you'll see that we're maintaining basically the same amounts when it comes to allocation of appropriation of fund balance, appropriation of reserves for ERS. Those numbers are the same as what we allocated last year, but you do see a significant change in appropriation of the debt service reserve. That is where, again, we're using more of the debt service to offset the large borrow related to the bond. So we'll talk more about that in upcoming slides. Yeah. This is our usual pie chart, just a different way to look at the revenue budget. Just short of 85% of our revenues do come from property taxes from our homeowners. And again, incredibly appreciative to them. And then you see the breakdown of how much of our revenue comes from state aid, our next biggest category, appropriated fund balance, and miscellaneous receipts, respectively. Jim, we can go on to the next. And to be more specific on property taxes, this is the 10th year of the tax cap. You know what, and Jim, I'm realizing I was supposed to have turned this over to you at this point.
You're doing a great job.
All right, you know what? I think you will do it a better job. So I appreciate you letting me go at it there. But I'm going to turn it over to Jim at this point to talk. He's a little bit more clear on his explanation of the tax cap, and he'll carry us on from this point out. So thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Champ. So for folks who are listening right now, and if you raise your hand, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to see you because I have the screen up of this presentation. So if you just want to say something, I'll try to shut up, or we can wait until the end, however you want to handle this. But again, as Dr. Champ said, this is the 10th year of the tax cap. It feels like it's been going on for longer, but we counted it out last night, and it is 10 years. Really what that means is, as Dr. Champ mentioned earlier, it limits our tax growth to 2% or the CPI with certain adjustments, which whatever is less. And of course, this year, our CPI is 1.23%, which then caps us at that point. Now, again, it kind of creates an unrealistic expectation because there are exclusions, there's growth factors, there's other things that we have to deal with. As you saw, and we'll have a sheet that shows you the ins and outs of the tax cap. But really, that's our starting point. And again, it's certainly below that 2%. There are exclusions that are allowed for TRS, which stands for Teachers Retirement System, and ERS, the Employee Retirement System pension costs. That's if there's an excess of 2 percentage point increase rates year to year, because the school district pays those pension systems a percentage of the employee's salary. That does not exist this year, so that is not an exclusion. And then there's a small amount of an exclusion available since we are a member district in our BOCES district, Southern Westchester BOCES, for a capital exclusion. And it is last year was the first year, it was about $40,000, and this year it's the variance between the $40,000 and the change. It's just minor dollars. I think it's $1,000 or $2,000 difference in that exclusion that we have there. So what happens when we have a tax cap budget? So if the budget is within the tax cap limit, as a community, we need a simple majority to pass, which is 50% of the voters plus 1 vote. If you're above the tax cap, you need a supermajority, which is 60% of the voters. If we're unfortunate and we don't have a budget that is approved, the Board of Ed must adopt a contingency budget, which what that means is it's a 0% tax levy increase. And the result of that would be plus or minus a $2.17 million impact on the budget. And that would either come from taking cost out of the system or increased appropriations of fund balance. So those, it can be done for either or of those types of scenarios. But that's what happens when we're working in a tax cap and a tax levy provisions. Here's a formula that I shared with you. I'll try to keep it at a higher level. At the top of the screen, you see that's our tax levy for 21-22. You have a great growth factor. Excuse me, that's our tax levy for 2021. We have a tax-based growth factor that we share there. It's a 0.5%. That's provided to us from the State of Office of Real Property, ORPS. I'm sorry, I'm fixing that. And then we take out our exclusions from last year. You see the capital exclusions. And then we apply our CPI of 1.23%. And effectively, it becomes a 1.19% increase year over year when you look at that dollar amount increase compared to the tax levy, prior year tax levy. Then we take out our we look at our tax levy limit before exclusions. We add in our capital expenses, and then that provides us with the 2022 allowable tax levy increase of the $67,821,881, which is a 3.31%. Things we have to worry about when we're working in a tax cap era, we really want to make sure that our expenditures are in line with our available revenue sources. We want to have recurring revenues matched up with our recurring expenditures. And we talk about using our fund balances and our reserves, which are helpful. And as you can see, we have just under 3% of our revenue budget is going to be made up of fund balances or reserves or debt service fund this year. But really what you want to try to do is make sure that your revenues and expenditures are matched so that you don't draw down all of those one-time dollars of fund balances or reserves. Because of course, once you use them, if you don't have a fund balance at year end, there's no way to regenerate those dollars. And then you can really put yourself in a cliff where at a point you don't have those recurring revenues. What we found this year, again, is we're proposing a flat level of our fund balances from last year, and then an increased use of our debt service fund, as Dr. Champ showed you, going up to $1.1 million on our debt service fund. And that certainly helps us with getting up onto the level of making the debt service payments associated with 2018 bond. And that's really what we've been discussing over the last few years, how we were going to have a planned use of those debt service dollars when that debt eventually did come on. So we have our assessed valuation, homestead and non-homestead. And if you think about it, the assessed valuation is really the value of all the properties upon which property taxes are assessed. And this kind of gives us a look back from 2011 to 2012. And back in 11-12, it was just over $3 billion. And now you see in 21-22, the assessor's initial run as of January 12 is $3.5 billion. The next slide will really show you how that breaks up, and it's probably no surprise to the property owners and the homeowners out there. About 86% of just over 86% of that is made up of homestead properties, which are homeowners, and that other 13.8% are non-homestead. So those are the proportions that you see there from year to year. I guess as we look at it this year, the good thing is 2021 compared to 21-22. It's a smaller amount. It's just 0.3%, but you see the non-homestead proportion grows. And the value of that is, if that grows, it means they're taking up a larger percentage of the tax base or the entire tax levy that they're paying. So it probably doesn't feel like it, but in some ways it does help, because again, that means those non-homestead properties are absorbing a greater portion of the tax obligation. So this is something that we've kind of tried to show every year. It gives everyone kind of an idea of what the effect of a school tax increase would look like. If you have an assessed value change of 2%, 4%, or 6%, we know people's assessments change from year to year. So that's why it's just kind of important to give you an idea and help you get a range of what it would look like at those various breaks. So example 1, as you see, is a home assessed at $510,000. Example 2 is $940,000, and example 3 is $1.375 million. And again, just try to give you an understanding of what your estimated school taxes would look like, what that percentage would look like on a year-to-year basis. State aid. We've heard a lot about state aid this year. I mean, it's what we hear about coming out of Washington. It's what we've heard the state and all of our representatives talking about. And we certainly know that there are some difficulties that the state has been experiencing. And we've certainly, we were pretty anxious coming into this year trying to get an understanding of where we would be with our state aid as well. And with the federal aid, we really came out pretty good. So we know the current year we find ourselves in a pretty good spot, at least a balanced area. Next year, we don't see a cliff. The year after next year, that's one now that we're thinking about, and we want to make sure, you know, if we can help it, we don't find ourselves in a fiscal cliff at that point in time. But as you see, we have our basic foundation aid, which is at $3.5 million. If you've listened a little bit about the state aid, you would know that this is just over about 50% of what the formulaic foundation aid should be for Pelham. And we're not alone as a district. This is just a funding formula that the state has chosen not to fund over the years. So just think of where we would be if we receive the balance of that. Certainly, like I said, that's just about a little bit more than 50% of what we're supposed to be receiving. That second one you see is our building aid, and this is related to our debt service and the projects and the capital bond projects that we're having right now. And as you can see, that makes up just under 25% of state aid. And next year we're projecting an increase of just under $680,000. And that will definitely help in obviously our net local share for debt service. And this is part of the building project. We work with capital markets advisors as well, because as you look at the state building aids, that number that the state gave us is a little bit lower. And what we did is we worked with capital market advisors, and we also contacted the state about getting early aid related to the Hutchinson School property. And with that, we're forecasting just about $150,000 more in state aid for next year, which we've incorporated into this particular budget. What that means is we've got to submit some paperwork before the end of this calendar year, and we're planning on doing that right in the September timeframe when we've got a good idea of where we are, what the final costs will be, and what the timeline will look like for completion of that building. The next one is our BOCES aid. Sometimes you'll hear us say expense-driven aid. BOCES is a partner district. They help us with cooperative services. And when we use them, if we spend $1 today, we can get a portion of that in the form of kind of a revenue in the following year. And over the years, and especially in a tax cap era, this is one of those types of expense areas where we can drive up our revenues through use of BOCES and the cooperative system. And we're forecasting that we'll see an increase of about $70,000 year over year. We anticipate a drop in transportation aid for next year, and that relates directly to the shutdown from last year, when we were not transporting students from March to the end of the school year. If you recall, we did pay our bus transportation vendor. We did have an end of year payment there, and that was something that the state. Again, that was something that had to be done. We were under contract. We negotiated and we came to a settlement. And really, it was also to make sure that many of these transportation companies were still in business this year. The really unfortunate part about it, and that's an understatement, is that the state now looks at it and is saying, well, you didn't transport students, we're not going to provide transportation aid for that point in time. And this was something where the state really encouraged school districts to continue to meet those obligations to those vendors. As you look to the bottom part of this sheet, you'll also see some of the different federal aid that's come into play. In the 2021 budget, we have the CARES Act legislation, just under that $85,000. And the way that looked at the state level was they gave us a pandemic adjustment of that $84,928 off of our state aid, and then there was an injection of an equal amount of $84,928. And then for next year, we see something as well. They're calling it a STAR adjustment of just under $255,000, and then the federal COVID stimulus of $255,000. So there's still some a lot of confusion going on with what's happening with STAR. We've got a kind of an illustration to kind of show you what it looks like year over year and how the STAR program has changed over the years. I'm going to include that in the in the board docs, in the attachments, so that you have the ability to see that, and we can share that with the public too. Then we have our miscellaneous receipts, as Dr. Champ shared with you. Comes up. We have tuitions that we receive for students from out of district. That sales tax that you see last year, given the current economic situation, we took a conservative approach and we reduced that to $750,000. What we're finding is that the receipts and the economic activity allow us to comfortably budget the sales tax for next year at $950,000. You're probably wondering what health services is and where that $122,000 went. That relates to health services provided to students from out of district that attended OLPH. Now that the school has closed, we won't bill for those services, and that revenue will no longer come. And then the other two items are smaller dollar amounts, refunds of prior year expenses, and all other, which could be random receipts, sale of surplus material, and alike. It's just another example of where we are. Another part of that sales tax was because Westchester County increased the sales tax rate, and we essentially received 10% of that increase when they increased the sales tax to 1%. And here we have our appropriations of fund balance. Again, we have our prior year surplus. So we have an appropriation of $655,000, which is an appropriation of the anticipated general fund balance at the end of 2021. This is ongoing, right? Most school districts, as you look at partner districts, you'll see this. This is fairly common practice, and it's held flat from year to year. We also have the ERS reserve, or the Employee Retirement System reserve, with the recommended usage of $600,000 appropriation from that. And that helps, as it shows here, that helps offset that budget expense of just over $900,000. Again, that's flat from year to year. And as you look at these top two, the prior 2 years, we had reduced those amounts. And I think at this point in time, we're at a good point where we should hold them flat and see where we are. These have certainly been two unordinary years. And once we get back into a more ordinary cycle, it would be a good time to, again, evaluate our use of those fund balances and see how we want to apply them moving forward. And then the last part, again, you see the increase or the use of $1.1 million of the debt service fund, and that represents, again, a portion of available debt service fund to use to help offset some of the debt service expenses related to the 2018 bond. So if we use $1.1 million next year, the year following thereafter, we will have approximately $650,000 to use for fiscal year 22-23. Again, a way to kind of step our way up to that full debt service amount. I think I really covered this. There were a note regarding our reserves. Again, we want to make sure we have them against our long-term liabilities. We also have reserves for tax certs and items like that. And we want to make sure that we plan our use of our reserves over time. And I think using a debt service fund is certainly a great example of that. So that was the revenue part of our budget. That's how we propose paying for the expense side of it. And here we have the expense side of the budget. I'm sure this looks familiar as well. The top part of it, as you can see, are your salaries and benefits, which make up 76% of the budget. Last year it was 80% of the budget. With the increase of the debt service, it kind of changes the calculus a little bit, and that's why it's a little bit lower. It's 76% this year, and then you'll see the variances from year to year. The major increases, obviously, the third one down, you'll see interfund transfer for debt service fund of $2.494 million. That is the expense related to the debt service and the 2018 bond. We have an increase in our BOCES services. I will share as we go through the day. We've got a whole section to show you where we are with BOCES services and the services that we are purchasing through BOCES and a line by line. We have an increase in our tuition outside of BOCES, and again, that meets our student needs. And some increased costs in our contractual, which is related to the rent that we were talking about. Equipment, which talks about our innovative furniture, and textbooks are pretty self-explanatory. Just want to let you have an idea of a little bit of look visually on a pie chart where it all looks. And again, we're a people business, and that's how our service is delivered. So it certainly doesn't come as that much of a surprise that that's mainly where most of our costs are coming from. And again, I'll give you the third. This one is a 3 component categories, and we talk about this every year as required by state law. The administrative component of the budget cannot exceed 10%. We're at 9%. Last year we were at 9% as well. The big increase is in that capital budget. Really jumped up this year with the debt service. Just another way to look at it, maybe a little bit cleaner in decreasing order, as you can see from the budget changes year to year. The percentage of budget change, that debt service makes up just about 70% of the budget increase. And then salaries making up just under 17% and in decreasing order. So that gives everyone understanding of where the expense increase of $3.5 million is coming from. Thought this would be interesting, just kind of a moment to take a look back at our debt service, because it is such a large part of our capital budget. And as you can see, it's the debt service associated with it next year is $2,494,246. We've done all the final borrowing for this particular project, and what we wanted to do was kind of take a moment and go back to where we were in bond feasibility 3 years ago, when we had our financial advisors, capital market advisors come in and run a couple of different scenarios of what borrowing would look like. So back in 2018, before everything was voted on and the projects were approved, there was a pre-bond estimated local share of the capital project, which basically means what the total payments in taxes that the community would pay for the project of $70,393,682. That was the estimated, again, that's the estimated local share, which was the cost of the borrowing, and then you take out your state aid and you have an estimated interest rate. That's what we as a community would have paid over the 30 years. Now that we've done our borrowing and we have the actual numbers based on our state aid information right now, we looked at that. We asked capital markets to look through it again, and that number is $58,276,725. So it's certainly good to see that we definitely beat that number. There's a savings variance, as you can see there, over the 30-year time period of about $12 million, or 17% of where we were 3 years ago when we provided that estimate going into that budget vote. So it's nice to be able to beat that number. And if you think about it, we're really a $57 million capital plan, and that net local share is about $58 million. So over 30 years, I think that's a real feather in the cap of the community. We've done with everything that that the community is getting from the bond. Certainly, if you haven't had a moment for the community to drive by the new school, it's just tremendous, and it's going to be a terrific asset for really the next century, probably. I mean, that's really how long the school, what does school last for to start with. And the other part is, if we looked at, we kind of did a rough analysis and wanted to look at what the tax rate would look like this year if we plugged in the information from 2018. Because we know it's 3.31% this year. And what we did is, information's always changing, but in a manner to try to see what it would look like if we use the 2018 numbers. And that tax increase, if we were back to 2018, would be just over 4.25%, 4.27%. So we're just about under 1% of a tax increase from where we were based on that 2018 capital borrowing analysis. So I think nobody likes to see their taxes go up. We understand that. I think it's just this is a good opportunity to kind of take a look at what we talked about 3 years ago, what was discussed, what we shared. I know we've come to the community and to the board every year sharing the breakdown and updating where we are. And now that we have those final numbers, it's good to be able to share those numbers too. And here's just another overview of some of the other budget to budget changes. Again, salaries, our BOCES. We talked about some of those changes. We have computer services, and I know John Sabalos, our director of technology, has a lot of information he can share, certainly on the demands of technology and software technology, instructional software. In health and safety, we've moved towards using Altera's consultant in security for our safety and security coordinators throughout a district. They have a consultant, so it's one person who is here. With that, we removed 1.0 FTE and the associated costs associated with that position from the operating budget. So we took it out from one, and that's why it increases on the BOCES side. Arts and education is a function of BOCES. I reduced 150,000 to reflect our past experience and really to right size it. And then our special ed and occupational education tuition reduction of about $123,000, again, based on student need and where we are. Other drivers of our budgets, pensions, I think I talked about that before. Health insurance, we work with a cooperative called SwissChip with other school districts. We had a 4.85% increase for current and non-Medicare employees, and no increase for Medicare eligible employees. So again, this is per collective bargaining agreements and where we are. We know health insurance.
I have a quick question on that, the health insurance. So at our meeting, our last board meeting, I had thought the rate increase for medical and health insurance overall was much higher than that. So I just might be misremembering it, but so we're only seeing an increase of 4.85% overall.
For the active rates, and when you look in the budget book, it's going to be difficult to tell from year to year, just because benefits is an area where it's an area of contingency. So when we're negotiating collective bargaining, we may put some dollars in that budget line. If you recall, I know we share that with you every year. So in the budget book, it's tough to see in the budget book, but from our rate increase for medical, it's 4.85 for active employees and for those not on Medicare. Now we have retirees that are on Medicare. They still are provided healthcare through the district, and there's no increase in that rate. So it's a little bit of a blended rate year to year, but that is what we're seeing. Yes.
Thank you.
Good number. Thank you. And then tuition, as I shared before, we have that increase based on student need. Here's another side-by-side, just to kind of give everyone an idea. The left-hand side is our revenue and our other financing sources that shows where the $3,580,000 is recommended to come from. And on the right-hand side, you see where the expenses drive that $3,580,000. Decreasing order. Bring us back to the first slide. Again, our total appropriation, as Dr. Champ showed, is $80,280,000, a budget-to-budget change of 4.67%. Just under 70% of that, if you recall, is related to debt service. An allowable tax levy of 3.31%, and that is what's recommended as part of this budget. Here's our key numbers. Again, the numbers will change when the state finalizes their budget. We will update the board, and if there need to be any recommended changes, we'll bring recommended changes. Student need changes. I know the Pupil Personnel Services is going through their annual reviews. Students come into the district, students leave the district. If those change, we will make changes to the budget. And the next few meetings, of course, Board of Education has plenty of time to review the budgets, make comments, and recommended changes, and we stand ready to make those changes. And lastly, community input. And as Dr. Champ and I were talking, we're sure there's going to be community outreach as well, as we do every year, in sharing the budget information. I guess the bell rang on me. Thank you.
I have a question. Is that time? Oh yes, it's time for questions now. I have a question about the BOCES aid. I know it's a small part of the increase in general, but as part of the advocacy committee, we hear every year about how the governor is considering bundling BOCES expense-based aids. And I'm just curious if there's a lot of risk in that number since that hasn't been finalized, or not really for us.
Okay, good question. So for this year, I don't think there's a lot of risk in that number. What the governor, the number we put up there, we were able to allocate towards BOCES. In the governor's aid run, they just put it as more of a block grant number. Again, for this year, I don't think we would see that as a risk number. If the governor was able to finally hold that number firm, moving forward, I think there's a different discussion that would probably have to happen when we go to purchase new services, whether we would want to go through BOCES or not go through BOCES, because really the governor is talking about freezing that number at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny?
Hey, Jim, regarding the bond, being a bond guy, I just have to say, more as a comment than a question, that sometimes you gotta be more lucky than good. And I am so happy for the school district, not only presently, but going out for the next 30 years. Our timing couldn't have been better. And kudos to you for that. So thank you.
Well, thanks. And I think we had great advice from capital markets advisors, certainly yourself, others in the community. And you're right. There's a lot of luck behind it, and the environment certainly helped. But the gem that the community is going to get is really people are going to really love the school, and I know you've been through it, and it's really going to be a special for the whole community to use, and that's a great part about it. And if you think about it, it's a $57 million bond, $58 million local share. It's pretty close to a 0% loan if you want to really put it on simplify it in real simple terms.
All right, any other questions for Jim? Yeah, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one. And maybe you said this and I missed it. What was our tax levy increase last year?
I did put that in there. We were 3.2, was it 2.1 or 2.6 last year?
That sounds right. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Jackie, if you're
I thought I could find it in the budget book, but I couldn't.
I find my microphone. Yeah, sorry about that. 3.15 was the tax.
3.15. Yeah.
And that our allowable was something more than that, if I remember.
No, it's the same. We actually taxed to the allowable limit last year.
I think we came in on the preliminary budget. Did we come in a little bit higher, or was it 3.15? Because I know
I think the preliminary might have been like a 3.45, but then there was some change along the way.
But it finalized at 3.15.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
last year the dynamic changed a little bit. I think if you remember, I think we had a decrease in building aid last year.
Right.
And then we were bringing on some, a ban as well.
Right. But remind me, why were we able to get building aid early this year? What was the reason for that?
So we talked to capital markets, we worked with the state, and the building aid won't generate until you complete your final cost reports. We know with Hutchinson School, that could be a year or two away, hopefully not 3 years away. In instances like that, you can apply for early aid from the state because they know, and certainly in a large project like this, you can start pushing that aid. They can start pushing that aid out. So we communicated with the state. They said you would be eligible to do that. We've got to complete some paperwork before the end of this calendar year. What they really don't want you to do is make sure you then immediately do your final cost reports, which I don't see as being a problem. And it wasn't in the state run because it's just something that the state's not aware of at this time for the building aid. What we can do then is, again, it just puts us on the radar screen and we can get a full year of aid, provided we get that in on time. And
so we're basically borrowing from future aid for this budget.
Well, I would say we're generating it earlier because we're already generating the bill for that for the building.
Sure.
Right. So we're trying to match up the bill with the aid more so.
I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to get it conceptually.
Yep. No, we really want to get that revenue or that building aid more closely aligned to the borrowing.
To when you're spending the money.
Yeah, and then the other one is, and this will happen when we finish the work at Prospect Hill, then we'll see another bunch of building aid get released at that point in time. So we won't go for the early release aid for Prospect Hill. It just doesn't have the duration of a project the way Hutchinson does. Right, I hope it doesn't.
Okay, well, Jim, thank you for walking us through that. I really appreciate that. And I know we got a bit of a late start today, so if it's okay with everyone, I think we should dive right into the next portion for Dr. Garcia to kick us off with the leading through the instructional portion of the budget.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you. I know that it is 11 o'clock, so I'll try not to be too wordy. But we'll go through each code and we'll talk about what's happening here. So, the budget goal every year has been, for me, when I think about what we're doing, is really to aspire to engage and empower all learners. So this is continual movement forward to enhance learning and learning experience as promoted through the tenets of the district strategic plan. We can only hope that we can look forward to some semblance of normalcy in September. And I believe the pandemic will leave an indelible scar on public education for many years to come. However, I celebrate the efforts of our teachers, our administrators, support staff, community, and most importantly, our children in adapting to the unprecedented COVID learning environment. We look forward to inviting children back for full in-person learning in the very near future, as it will help us prepare for a return to normalcy in 2021-22. Again, we thank all of our community members for their patience as we navigated through limited state and federal guidance while trying to ensure safety for all. The pandemic forced us to make some quick changes to support teachers and children in the virtual learning and hybrid world. This greatly impacted the funding of teacher professional learning over the summer and also the start of the school year, as well as the purchase of online applications, hardware, software, to extend virtual learning experience to all. Mr. Sabalos will speak to some of this during his presentation, yet there are direct links back to the instructional program. So at this point, let's move to the codes. I begin on C9, if everyone would want to go to their handy dandy. You can't see the notebook when it's virtually, but I'll put it in front of me. But if you go to the binder, it starts on C9. And we start with code 2010-145. So What's interesting about when I ever review the budget with the board and the community is that there are about 12 to 13 codes which I directly author. And then most of the codes in here that we'll be looking at are developed by my colleagues, the other administrators and members of the district. So they may have to, interject once in a while. But the first code, 2010-145, funds teacher curriculum development and professional learning outside the school day in the arts, in PE, and world languages. In addition, the code supports similar efforts in ELA, like the TC Readers Writers Workshop Project, math in focus, Science 21, the new social studies framework. Likewise, this code is used to fund major parts of extending our summer learning experiences K-12, the non-special ed portions of it. Yet this past year, we blew it out of the water due to the unforeseen pandemic, necessitating an increase in professional learning to our teachers to support the virtual hybrid experiences, which was the great unknown and continues to be a challenge for all teachers and students today. I said at the outset of the pandemic, and I still believe this today, that the public school system is a social learning organization. It's not an online academy. Our success is built on the foundation of live in-person teacher to student learning. The sooner we return to such environment with safety at the forefront is the best for all. So in preparing for 2021, 22, it's really to anticipate more challenges of the unknown. And we recommended a budget increase to this code. And what we did this past year is that last school year, we had budgeted about $57,000. Again, as I said, we blew that out of the water in making sure the teachers were prepared and trained over the summer. And it went up to about $131,000 that we spent on teacher training as of really the beginning of September 1 in 2020. This year, we like to increase that by about $50,000 in this code to $107,000. And again, this not only includes teacher training, but any summer programming that we're hoping to offer this school year. The scope of it and the depth of it and where it happens is still in motion. Just to be totally transparent, I did ask teachers this past week who were involved with summer programming last year, whether they would actually do live in-person training. And right now, I have some mixed reviews to share, and we don't know. So we don't know what exactly the type of summer experiences we're going to offer. But we're going to spend some more time kind of digging into the data and finding out whether we have the staff to actually support in learning, definitely online, but we have to kind of flesh it out a little bit more. So I don't have an answer on that. Also, you're going to see later in the budget, and we'll get to it later, it's on page C12, that there's about $25,000 additionally for more secondary experiences over the summer. And that's a code. I just wanted to say that that's also going to be shared a little bit later on. And so basically overall, that code was sort of something we didn't expect to have such an overage in terms of spending. But again, that's strictly due to preparing for the virtual learning experiences we had this year and the training we need to provide the teachers. So that is, like I said, code 2010-145. The second code, 2010-419, is our staff development code. This allows us to collaborate with experts in the field, such as Jim Wright. He collaborated with us on MTSS RTI work, Michael Reddick in terms of developing our scheduling, social emotional learning, and also our work with Brenda and Franklin Campbell Jones in cultural proficiency. So this code also will continue to work in equity, such as facing history in ourselves and responsive classroom. That's the same amount from last year's budget to this year's budget. There's no change. Moving along. We have.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Dr. Garcia, when you say that you're talking about summer programming for this school year, just a technicality, obviously the school year goes through the end of June, but are you talking about the whole summer?
Yeah, we're talking about next. Yeah, it would get into, I guess, technically next school year.
Okay, thank you.
That would be July, right? Because that's
July,
our
August.
budget.
Yes. And again, we don't have the scope of what that is. And there's concern about it. Just so you understand, with the special education, That's a different animal. That is something which Julia will describe. There's always a in-person summer special education program we even had last year. That would continue. That's not part of my budget, but it's more of what we replicate in Title I funds. We have something called Summer Stars, which is more of an elementary program, and it focused on Hutchinson students because it is a Title I school. And we're considering ways to try to replicate that model and to see if we can expand it to other students in the other schools as well at the elementary level. Again, we just don't know the scope of it, how it will happen, but we'll have more information as the next few months go along. Okie dokie. So moving on to 2021-50. These are the salary codes for my position, half of my position, and also for the building administrators. And if you may note that the PAA is under contract negotiations currently. 2021-60, the codes associated with the salaries for the clericals staff. The variances reflect savings due to retirement. 2021-65, we have some the clerical subs over the summer also. Those are sometimes we have lunchtime aides or meetings that have to be covered, and that's the fund for that expense. The next two areas where it says contractual expenses, it starts 2020-400, and also material supplies 2020-450. Those are developed by our principals. Those are basically how they purchase experiences and also purchase material supplies throughout the school year. So if there are any questions individually about each school, the principals are here available to answer them. Moving to C11, 2060-400. It's called research planning evaluation. It's contractual expenses. This is our main source of funding for professional learning and travel conferences for all members of the organization. Every year, there are AP requirements for teachers to be to take coursework. There's also to pay for some IB professional learning, which now we do online. For the most part, all these training experiences are online. Conferences, ASCD, for ISTE, which is Technology Association, Ed Policy Institute, and also our public relations training. Those conferences come from that code, and it's the same as previous years. Next code, 2070-150. Again, this is in-service training. This is, I believe this is for the salary code for veteran staff members. They have retired, there's been reassignment, so there's a little bit of fluctuation in that code. 2070-403. This is another professional learning code, includes funding for our unit contractually mandated educational coursework. It is down because we do have less professional, some administrators, also some TAs and other staff who are taking coursework for that. So we have a slight decrease in that expense. The next one, 2070-404. This enables greater flexibility for in-service learning for our FLACs, for our foreign language department, arts and PE, and people personnel services. There's a slight increase in those areas. They don't have individual lines in those content areas. We just basically put it into that one code. And then 2070-450, it's our material supply codes, support the purchasing of any resources or books for teacher training and administrative professional development, and that is a slight increase to $5,000. So moving on to C12. Page C12, we have 2110-120. That's a bulk of our teacher salaries. Again, as Dr. Champ mentioned, they did take a 0% contractual increase. There are only step increases associated with those salaries. So it's broken up by the K-5 teachers and then broken up to the 6 through 12 teachers in code 2110-130. In 2110-132, as I mentioned earlier, We're adding $25,000 more dollars. Again, that's for summer experiences that we anticipate more so at the secondary level. We kind of broke it out between the elementary and secondary. It is not known at this point what type of regents requirements, exams requirements will happen over the summer. The regents, I hope it's next week or the next couple of weeks, are going to decide on the fate of those exams. But regardless, we do have students who are going to be in need of some support at the secondary level. So that's where you see a reflective increase in that area. 2110-133, that's our mandated home instruction code, and that is about the same as this past year. Those are students who are homebound instruction. Again, with the advent of virtual learning, that kind of assisted us this past year. 2110-140, substitute teacher code, about the same, reflective from this year to next year. We anticipate, again, as we move to more in-person learning, we're going to see an increased need for substitute teachers. We benefited last year because we were basically out for a quarter of the year, so we didn't have that need for substitutes. But this year and also next year, we've had some building substitutes, which have been very important for us because they actually have covered our classes with greater consistency when teachers are in quarantine or personal quarantine, or the children are in quarantine, or we have to put them in quarantine because they've been exposed to the virus. So we anticipate that number to be similar from this year to next year. 2110-160, those are salaries for the clerical assistants. And 2110-163, that's the hourly wages that we pay for our lunchtime supervision, which again, that's something which, as we look at the COVID pandemic, we definitely had the need for supervision for lunches, just like the school year in hybrid, and also when students come back full in person. That's an important code for us to keep up. Next code, 2110-200, district-wide equipment code. And as Dr. Champ mentioned at the outset, this is the code which we've kind of combined all our resources the past few years for looking at innovative furniture. And the PEF is really, they really started this whole movement with us in supporting our innovative furniture approach. We thank them for that support. And as we promised them, we're also now embedding this amount into our regular budget. We're trying to return this to historical funding levels to make sure that we continue looking at innovative furnitures at our elementary schools and secondary schools as well. And what's really important about this, and this is why we go back and thanking the PEF, is that they really laid the seeds for what Hutchinson School is going to look like, right? So we're in the midst of looking at different furnitures and trying to make sure that there's a flexibility to it. And by the way, yes, it does help in the COVID environment when you want to space children out to a certain degree. That furniture is very helpful, as I like to thank, I think it was Susan Gilbert who showed us a nice picture of how she's using that furniture as students come back and dividing the students up with their dividers using that new flexible furniture. It's something which is kind of our forward thinking in terms of our strategic plan. At some point, again, it's going to be very beneficial when students can move together more closely. And we're looking forward to go back to that day. But one thing is also important to note with the PEF is that we have beautiful new libraries at the middle school, at Colonial, at Prospect Hill, at Siwanoy, due to their funding. And again, we're going to see that in the new Hutchinson School as well.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Garcia?
Yes.
I want to just make a comment about the furniture, because I think I hear that and think, oh, we're just buying new furniture. We're not really just buying new furniture. We're creating a whole new classroom environment,
yes,
and, which is supporting a whole new way of teaching.
Yeah.
So I know it's shorthand to talk about furniture, but it's really so much more than that. And I just wanted to emphasize that, because I know some people, if they're listening, they say, well, we'll just buy a bunch of furniture. And that's not the case.
Yeah. And John, I appreciate you saying that. Look, I mean, we can go on and on about, look, the pandemic has definitely slowed things down, as we know, in terms of how we divide kids up and the engagement of kids working socially, and working in different groups. And it's part of the instructional tool. At some point, really, it has to be looked upon as, students have iPads, that's a tool for learning. So's the desks and the furniture, believe it or not, and the way you move students around, the way they engage and where they separate, and the way they're in different pods and so forth within a classroom. I think it's important that we'll celebrate this next year a little bit more, when we can really show you what that is and what that looks like, when we're able to kind of hopefully engage children differently. But it is an extension of learning. And let's put it this way. That people look at old classrooms and they see in the 1920s and they're in their desks, and some of them were nailed into the floor. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we kind of had to move to that environment, right? We had to move back to that, and we have to make sure they're spaced a certain amount, and they're not really close together, and they're not interacting. Again, the sooner we get back to that greater flexibility, the better, and we will. But that's when I think the true learning potential for the types of furniture we're looking at will really take place. So I'm sorry to go off in the diatribe.
Dave,
Yeah.
The PEF grant was used for a lot of common spaces, like the middle school
Correct.
library.
Yep.
So with the budget, what you're budgeting for in this line item, what are some of the plans for next year?
We're looking at also adding more into the different classrooms, right?
Okay.
We're going to earmark different classrooms, which we haven't identified those yet. But that's what we're hoping to do, right? I mean, once one building get a whole new school and all new furniture, we have to look at the other classrooms in the other schools as well. So that's what we're moving towards.
Great, thanks.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
My comment is with respect to substitute salaries and lunch program supervision. I understand your comments, but I can't help but look at the actual expenditure column for 1920. And, the numbers obviously, and understanding we were in pandemic in 1920 and this year as well, obviously. But do you recall what the levels were for the actual levels for the 18-19 year were? Were they closer to our budgeted numbers for this year? Or were they closer to, something less?
I would have to ask.
I can help you out with that.
But one thing, Jackie, one thing is that I would anticipate the answer is yes before she gives the answer. But I would think the answer is yes, because we do have there's always this great need for substitutes, and there's some historical reasons why. But Jackie, go ahead.
Yeah, so in 18-19, which was a full, traditional school year, substitutes we spent $500,867. So that's right at that budget level. And for the lunch program supervision, it was $288,000 and change.
Perfect. That I just didn't recall. So that's perfect. It just, the numbers were so, large, right? The delta, the spread between was so large that I just wanted to make sure that when we can compare them to, let's call it a normal year, the numbers are right there. So thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
Observation.
No, it's a great observation. And you probably see that a lot if you can compare last year with this year in terms of the way things moved around a lot. I'm hoping that we get a consistency over the next few years as well. So moving on to the next page, which was C13. Again, just like in the previous pages, 2110-400, all of those codes are district-wide contractual codes by our principals, which they budgeted for this year. And if there are any questions about it, our individual principals could respond to. 2110-401, this is an increase with the IB program. We budgeted every year. There's an annual fee for each school that's associated with IB. In previous years, we just had the middle school, and now we've added the high school. The high school this past year was budgeted through our Title I grant, and this year we're asking to be put it into our budget to encompass, so we can free up some other funds in Title I for some other more specific student engagement programs. So that's an increase. Yes.
Steve, quick question. Is that it's the increase in the administrative fee that you have to pay to be part of IB, right?
Yeah, yes. And there isn't essentially an increase. They're not increasing fees. We're just changing the way we're funding it. We're moving it from Title I to basically putting into our budget.
Yeah, understood. But it's the admin fee.
It is yes. To be part of IB, you have to pay an admin fee, and this is the fee.
I had a question going back to the first contractual code, the district-wide contractual, and maybe this will come up in the in another budget too. But the note here is the COVID-19 related costs for testing and childcare. I was just curious if there's like this number is matching like the actual expenditure from 1920, but not what we actually did last year. Is there another place where we have contingency for this going into next year? And maybe this is covered in Julia's budget partially, because if it's talking about testing and childcare related to COVID, I'm not sure.
I would have to phone a friend on that one. I don't know if any of my friends can help with that one.
Steve, so that district-wide contractual, the 90,000 is really that testing that we did at the right at the beginning, the start of the school year.
Right.
There aren't really like hardline funds for additional testing in 21, 22. We do maintain contingency overall in the budget, so we'd be able to cover it. But
okay. Yeah. But that's why that number was so big compared to.
Yeah, it was
Right.
the bulk of that.
Okay.
And as we built this budget, as we did last year's budget, there's a 2% contingency. And that's what we're drawing on this year. And again, I think board members, you've all got to have a sheet in your book with where it is and what those amounts are.
But so the ongoing surveillance testing right now, is that not included? Because I just remember the high school testing being around 90. So it's
Yeah, the testing that we're using now is actually the free Binex cards provided by the New York State Department of Health. So the only costs being incurred at the moment relate to the staffing for our nurses and our trainer to do some additional hours to help support the surveillance programming.
So right now at this point, we don't anticipate that next year we're going to have to, there will be sort of ongoing testing that we would have to fund.
Yeah, at this point, it's not a requirement that we even have a program.
Right.
If we can, I think if we can continue to use the free program provided by the state, that would be ideal. We may, depending on how things, if regulations change or if we decide that we want to put a consistent plan in place, surveillance plan in place in the coming school year, we'd have to make some adjustments. But right now, we're not contemplating that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to code 2110-406, which is our regional association fees. Those are annual fees associated with, those are fees associated with joining certain learning organizations like NISMA and the Personnel Association, Tri-States Association, Lower Council Hudson, the school superintendents, arts associations, Northern Westchester BOCES, so forth and so on. That's the same that we've had in the past as well.
Steve, has Tri-States been making school visits to districts around in this environment?
No, they haven't actually. It's interesting. It's kind of slowed things down a little bit. They still have meetings with like administrators. They have like a principals group, an assistant superintendent's group, directors groups. But those are just, gatherings to kind of problem solve in the region. But they have not, from my understanding, because we've gotten no invitations of any visits this year. I think that probably will change in the next school year as they kind of understand what that could look like, but not this year.
I guess you could say we're lucky that we got ours in last year.
Well, I know
We're
Tom.
not lucky,
I'm not
but
going to ask Tom to speak about it, but yes, we got it in.
Tom might not say that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if luck's the word.
But yes, I mean, we got it in. I mean, it was right before, I think before February break. It was pretty.
Just before, yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great visit. I don't want to, say that. Tom does a wonderful job, and teachers done a wonderful job. A very important code for us, 2110-430, is our internship program for our graduate students who are involved with us. They've been indispensable this year, especially because they've been able to cover classes. They've been able to actually sometimes serve as leave replacements because many of them are certified teachers, and that has been a very great support for us. We're asking to support that program again in the future. Next group of codes, the 2110-450 codes, are set up by the principals. Those are some of their material supply codes. Again, just like the previous codes, if any questions by individual principal, please let's ask. And as my voice starts to go and I need a drink of water, let's move on to C14. This is my final page for now. 2110-456. This is our district-wide teaching code for different materials. These funds a lot of our purchases, which are part of the federal ESSA law and APPR laws. It's also where we pay for a lot of different instruments looking at data and services, Ames web testing, different reading assessments, different data points that come from the high school, scoring, Scantron. The amount's the same, but it's an important code for us. And our last two big codes here, 2110-480-0001 and also 0002 are our textbook adoption codes. This year we were flip-flopping. We're moving more into the elementary, supporting new and district-wide initiatives, including the math and focus workbooks, world languages, level literacy kits, classroom libraries, expanded text resources to support our strategic plan. This is a switch from more of like heavy on the secondary to elementary. We're looking to balance our use of more culturally proficient texts by diversifying our reading options for children, as well as continue to support the TC Readers Writers Workshop Initiative K-5. And the reason why you see a shift in it really is that elementary texts are usually more expensive than, let's say, the secondary texts. And again, we appreciate the assistance by the PEF in supporting our work in literacy and math. This past year, we had to convert many of our resources to more online, and they definitely assisted with us in that approach.
Steve, I think Benny has a question.
Yes, Benny.
Sorry. The non-public schools textbooks for OLPH.
Yes.
I'm sorry. We have an amount in there for what reason?
I have to ask Jackie for that.
Yeah, sorry. So I think that's that description didn't get updated. We actually get bills from other non-public schools where our students attend. So that money actually did get retained because we do hear from other private schools. Then you'll see other places, like in some of the G. Farrell schools, we took the money out because it's only getting billed from OLPH. So I think that's just a nomenclature issue there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then the 2110-490, those are BOCES services codes. So, you know, one of the big pieces to it, and Jim kind of alluded to it before, but one of the big pieces to it is our switch to more remote learning applications, which, you know, John Sabalos can attest to. You know, we had to tap into a lot of different resources to make that shift to support our hybrid learners, whether in school and outside of school. Remember, we had to purchase literacy programs and also online. The Math and Focus program moved online for us, which I think is actually better. And also any software pieces that were needed to be shifted more so in the literacy world than anything else. We spent a lot of money on it, but also next year to continue, even some of the supports from the PEF has now been shifted to our district budget. I believe that there's a greater explanation, I think, in C21 to 24 about all the BOCES codes. So I think we're going to be talking about that later on, or we're talking about that now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a separate discussion of BOCES. Actually.
Okay. And is that another segment, or is that now? I don't remember.
Another segment. I think Jim's got that.
Okay. All right. So that's the end of C14. That's the end of this portion of the budget. And I'm sure, like I said, there's much more to discuss later on, especially when we connect with some of our other colleagues in technology.
Okay, it looks like on the list, C21 and C24, Steve, are yours to touch on as well.
Okay.
And then we'll transition to John after that.
All righty. So school library audiovisual salaries, 2610-131 library support staff. Those are the codes reflecting their salaries. And there is a little bit of reduction because we do have retirement in one of those areas. Also 2610-150, the teachers involved in that code. That slight increase is due to some longevity increases next school year. And then if you get back into audiovisual library material supplies and also books by the principals, those are that's the 2610 codes, 2610-450s, and also the 2610-458s are divided up by individual schools. So those that come from their budgets. Are we going to continue to C22?
I think you can actually skip to C24.
C24. Okay.
And then you can get a drink of water while John takes over after that.
Yes. Just water, Cheryl?
Yes, yes, we're staying with water for today.
So C24, we do have our salaries for our co-curricular stipends. That's code 2850-154. Those are contractual. There really isn't really much of an increase because those are contractually based in the back of the teacher's contract. It's also, I believe it's in one of the appendices. I think it's Appendix 4 for all the co-curricular stipends.
Yep, I think the cross-reference is pages H4 through H6. Yep, and it's the Appendix 4, correct. All right, any questions on those? Okay, seeing none. I think John Sabalos, you are up.
All right, good morning.
Thank you very much, Steve.
You're welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just want to, I'm going to try to, I know we're crunched on time here, so I'm going to try to give you everything I can in my overview, and then we'll talk about the lines. But I think when I give you the bigger overview of everything that is happening in tech, it will give you a better idea. I will touch about some of my lines within the budget, but before I begin, I want to thank the board, our administrative team, the teachers, and the community just for your ongoing support and patience. One of the things that hasn't changed is our overall goal within technology. One of the things, the thing we want to do is we're in the business of children. It's to provide the best services for our children and for our staff. I'm going to share with you an overview today, so I'm going to share my screen. And the last thing I want to just stress with everyone as well is we don't claim to be perfect. I don't think any technology department is perfect. But I would not be fair to say that I think we're probably one of the hardest working, and we give everything we can for this community. And that's without a doubt. There's a lot of sacrifices that myself and my team has made to really deliver services for this community. And I feel like we've gone above and beyond, along with the rest of this administrative team and the teachers who go on to support it for the children. So let's just so you can reference in your budget books, I have local codes in C22, and I have Appendix 5 on BOCES. I'm going to actually ask you to reference the RFS as I go through this. When I go through the overview, I'm going to be touching local codes and the BOCES, so that way we can get a little bit more of an overview, so we don't have to dwell too much on a lot of the other things. So let me get my screen shared over here. I'm going to take this one. I think it should be a full screen for everyone. Let's see if this goes.
Looks good, John.
All right, perfect. So and I'm looking at you and I have a split screen going on. So one of the things I like to start with is this picture. This is actually Karen Cirilla's virtual classroom. That way you could see all of the tools I'm going to be talking about today are completely used in Pelham. When I go over my budget for today, there's 4 things I want to pay attention to. It's our infrastructure, which is our tech profile, our shifts in tech, instructional technology and software, and our staffing. So those are going to be the 4 key elements that's going to bring about our local and BOCES RFS for today. It's funny because just about a year ago to this date, actually it was in January 22nd of last year, I gave the Board of Education a summary of the Pelham technology profile. That hasn't been done in about 3 years, and this is where we were in 1920. Once COVID hit and just ongoing maintenance and work and other support, the profile completely changed and expanded even more. What you're going to notice is the additional, a lot of the things that are in red. So security cameras came on, document cameras came on, MiFi access. The MiFi access gives our disadvantaged children home wireless access, visitor access management system. The access points are in red, Chromebooks are in red, laptops and desktops are in green. What we did in the middle school was we actually disassembled 2 of the computer labs that were in there. So that way we can use those for more instructional space and give more distance. I'm going to get into more of the details of this, but when you look at the previous year and you go into the current year, you could see why there is such a change in our budget going on into the next year. So some shifts in technology due to COVID. We initially added those 250 sixth grade carts a year ago to this date to produce the one-to-one environment, and we expanded the one-to-one program in 2020 in this current school year. What we did was we took 180 Chromebook carts in each K-5 school, and we sent all those home. Those were existing devices that were already in the elementary buildings. We added 720 devices alone in just K-5 to our one-to-one environment. It was done really quickly. Our elementary principals were huge and really key to getting that done and being able to help the technology department track that. What we also did this year was we added an additional 675 new dedicated devices for carts in 3 through 5 classrooms. We gave access to the community for our Lyric parent student portal. We procured those MiFi device accesses, like we said. We were very forefront with this when we had those IPEVO dot cameras in all the classrooms. That's what allowed our district to be able to live stream and broadcast live from the classroom on day 1 in September. Along with that, we had to provide new VPN accounts to continue the business from March through June for remote work. We upgraded the entire district wireless network beginning in June, and we upgraded our bandwidth from 500 to 800 meg. So that way we knew that internally in Pelham, we weren't going to be having any issues when it came to our bandwidth and our access. So from day 1, I can proudly say we were prepared to live stream and broadcast on day 1 come September 1 when we had our students back in a classroom. We added a lot of instructional technology software to our suite. We shifted the one elementary teacher that was supposed to be dedicated to teaching classroom technology in almost within like a schedule. But what we did was, given the hybrid environment that we were in, we switched her into a staff developer role for the K-5, and she's been really vital to supporting teachers, supporting students, and at times supporting our families. Just within the last 3 months alone, we've expanded our digital citizenship curriculum. We started with the 3 through 5, and now we're expanding K through 2 this week. She's assisted Ann Sullivan with some of the library applications as well, and she's been really vital to helping train our K-5 teachers with the shifted environment. We have this ongoing PD, the day-to-day maintenance and software of our programs, and we created instructional tech Google Classrooms for instructional staff. Just outside of what happened once COVID happened, there's just day-to-day maintenance and other projects that we had going on. One of the biggest ones that we completed over the summer was our Smart School Bond Project number 2, which was the upgrade of all security cameras to all buildings and making those completely digital. The old system was analog and wasn't necessarily supported by tech. Every one of these cameras now run on a server that's hosted here in our MDF, and they work using a Vigilon. We completed our door intercom project as well, as those integrate with the Vigilon cameras. Just about 3 months ago, we upgraded all of our greeter stations from a program called Easy Lobby to a cloud-based solution called Raptor. So what that is when you come in and you visit and you give your ID, it's actually, that gives you the little sticker when you come to visit the school. We integrated that with our student information system. So that way, if you're a parent and you come in, the greeter at the front can actually pull up the entire student's schedule, and we could see who's allowed, not allowed, and so forth. And we moved that into a cloud-based system, so we're not reliant on a local server. So sometimes that system goes down. We're able to access this information anytime, anywhere. We completed the PEF grant in a joint venture with Dr. Garcia and the rest of the curriculum team. We added all K-5 families in the Infinite Campus portal over the summer as well, just to be forward thinking as we start to move into digitizing the report cards and getting the K-5 into that realm. We wanted to be prepared for that. One of the things that also came out before the pandemic was the passage of Ed Law 2D, and the district had to appoint a data privacy officer, and we had to be in district compliance. One of the things we're proud of that we did here in Pelham was we were very forward thinking. We had a Bill of Rights, and we've been in compliance since last March. We've passed that updated board policy for those of you that were on the policy committee about a couple of months ago. We're getting all those vendor agreements, and we're providing that district training and awareness. We're actually a little bit ahead of that too. We're in year 2 of where we have our staff take the mandated compliance training for that. So that's one of the things that are in there. You see a little star next to the next bullet, which is this one sync setup for staff. That's going to be an ongoing project. Just so you know, last year we automated the onboarding process for all students. So once a student gets put into the registrar's, into the system, into Infinite Campus, what that will do, it automatically triggers an Active Directory account, a Google account, and all their applications like IXL, Dreambox, and so forth. That process is not automated with staff yet, and we are looking to make that shift this year into next. We're hoping that's going to help with some of our audits as well, and help with the onboarding and offboarding of staff. At the same time, we have the internal audit, and we're in the middle of the New York State Comptroller audit right now. We're going to be completing the new infrastructure for the Colonial House beginning next week. All the equipment was actually procured in last year's budget, so we're going to be installing all that stuff next week. And we're beginning all the new construction on Hutch. So we just got all the new interactive displays for every room. We're procuring all the infrastructure. We're working with the Lyric and with the business office and so forth to get that all done. When we talk about software, this is our software suite right before COVID hit. It's a pretty expansive software suite. I'm really proud of the software that is available for both our students and our teachers. I feel like we give every single possible tool to make sure that our students have adequate resources for learning, stuff that supplements the stuff that goes on in the room, stuff that's forward thinking for our students that helps prepare them. And at the same time for the teachers, they have a plethora of tools to be able to choose from. What you're going to notice is after, and this is from March until now, last March, we added all of these different titles on. So you're going to notice on the left are instructional software pieces. On the right are pieces that were actually sponsored by our PEF. So if you take a look at the BOCES line, you know, and Jim was actually speaking about this before, just along the left-hand side, those instructional softwares are over $100,000 worth of software. Those are all going into BOCES. With the PEF, just this one grant, which was written by Dr. Callahan, and I was a co-writer on this as well. This grant was about, I think this is $46,000 altogether that we will be continuing into next year as well. So just combined software alone is $150,000. So I just want you to be able to see that's where a lot of these shifts are happening, is from instructional software being added on. One of the things that we talked about was upgrading our bandwidth, and this is just from this week alone, so that way the board can see it. We are way prepared. Our maximum allowable bandwidth is 800 meg. We don't even peak out at the 400. So even when we have all of our students fully back into school, even at the peak is normally when you start up, we're not even going to hit. When you look at this little blue line that's here in the middle, that's about sustainability, and that's where we're going to be in the middle. So the Pelham schools are more than prepared to have students back in for full-time access. One of the other things I want you to see as well, just because is our use of the Launchpad, the ClassLink Launchpad for single sign-on. This is one of the metrics that I actually wanted you to see, was if you look at April of 2018 and 19, and then when you look at April 2020, why was that such a big hit? That's when we started to onboard all 675 K-5 parents and students into the Launchpad for families that have never actually done this before. One of the biggest impacts we saw was our K-5 wasn't necessarily using a lot of the Google Classroom tools, and to bring all of these families on at once and to be able to provide them that access, I felt we were really well prepared to do that. One of the things I want to talk about is just our managed IT environment. Within the managed IT environment, you're going to notice that, you know, I talked about this last year. We get a lot of support from the Lyric and from the cloud. The cloud is Harrison and other places throughout the lower Hudson Valley because they're not necessarily back in their offices right now. But one of the benefits to this has actually been the use of that parent-student help desk. They've been super responsive. They respond to tickets within 24 hours. And the parent feedback that we've received from it has been extremely positive. It's been really vital to us. But if you notice that, if you looked at some of the other projects that we had going on, such as like the cameras, door access and relays, and some of the infrastructure, one of the things that we're missing here in Pelham is someone to help with some of these facilities projects, which is why we're proposing that associate network specialist that we're able to get from the Lyric to help assist with some of these bigger projects. Right now, every single project is falling through me, and we're managing all of them out right now. So some of the management is coming directly from me. So we need to have someone that has higher level network experience to be able to manage all of these tasks and be able to work with our 2 local technicians on how to get some of this other work done. There's some future projects, so you can see this coming along. We're going to be resubmitting the Smart School Bond project number 1, and you're probably wondering, why is that being so delayed? Well, right before I started, my predecessor submitted that. It took a year for them to even get to the approval, and it took, I think, 3 months for them to kick it back to us and say that we didn't include any private schools. So then when we got that, it was about March when we got all that information. We went to go for the resubmittal, but then we found out that we didn't have to modify it that much because one of the private schools closed. Originally, it got kicked back to us because you have to allocate a certain amount of funding for private schools. And since that school closed, we're able to resubmit it. But if you're going to notice, the quotes are a little outdated because this was done about 3 years ago. We're in the process of getting those resubmittals right now to resubmit, and we're hoping to do that within the next couple of months. The Colonial House should be done. One of the big things, this is a joint venture with the athletics department, is the Huddle and local live sports streaming. So we're working on that right now. The new Hutchinson and upgrading our door lock conversions to a Vigilance. So that way, when you swipe in, it's actually all integrated with the cameras all together. When it comes to innovation and instruction, we're rolling out our digital citizenship and digital literacies, more within digital citizenship, which is how to respond and behave online. We're rolling a lot of those out within the K-5, which is really heavy this year. New York State has some of those new standards that we're starting to work with. I know Dr. Thompson and I just met last week on that, so we're going to begin to work on some of the media fluency and so forth. And one of the other things with information is our ongoing EdLaw 2D compliance and updates. So that's the higher level stuff. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I want to go through any questions in that first before I go into any of my local lines. So that way, I hope that summarizes a lot of the big picture items for you. So that way, when we go through the local lines, I'm hoping to get through that. And I see, Mr. Mazar, I think you had your hand raised.
Hey, John, thank you very much. 2 questions I have.
Sure.
Throughout the year, we've had issues with BOCES with their systems going down, and we're obviously so reliant on them. Can you give us a little update as to what's happening at the BOCES level in terms of their IT upgrades?
Of course. So we had, in Pelham, we had 3 outages. 2 of them were due to BOCES, 1 was due to here. In both outages that happened at the BOCES, so there's something called a redundant line, right? So on one of the days, it was during that big snowstorm. So that wasn't just us, it was a big regional issue of anyone who lives in the area. But the second one had to deal with a redundancy. So at the BOCES, they have 2 lines that run. There's 2 Verizon lines, if you could picture it like that, go back there, that provide us internet access. The second line, the second redundant line, was not set up for us. They recently just converted that, so that way if the one line goes down at their end, we're gonna automatically kick over. That caused an outage of about 45 minutes for us, which is not good, but they were able to get us back up. But now when one line goes down, it'll automatically shift over. So we shouldn't see that latency when it comes to the outage over at BOCES. Just so you know, one of the outages that happened here was from the power outage. So that we had no control over, but those were the 2 major ones that did happen.
Okay. Second question for you relates to the local live sports streaming.
Yep.
I know that we're doing a lot of work. I see the cameras inside the gym, and we're moving forward. But from a timing perspective, do you foresee that this will be up and running for our spring sports that will be outside?
We just had the walkthrough Tuesday with Local Live. We already have all of our contracts have been signed. Am I correct, Mr. Ricky? The contracts have been signed with Local Live. We're all set to go, correct?
They have been, and we met, it was Monday and Wednesday. We met this week.
Correct. So they just did the analysis for us. They're going to let us know what's required for us over at Glover on Monday. We will start scoping that workout immediately. We're hoping it's not too much immediate work. We're going to have to, so over at Glover Field, it's a dedicated Verizon line. So it's not necessarily directly connected to here. It has its own separate internet services over there. We're going to have to up the bandwidth and install a separate antenna for some of that stuff to work. We are hoping it's going to happen. If we were to get the proposal of what work needs to be done today and begin working with Verizon and getting our antennas up, I think we're looking at within like 3 to 4 weeks, but that's just my estimation. And it's a priority of ours. I mean, as you know, I'm a sports guy as well, so I want to see this work. And we've visited the site 3 times this week already just to make sure we're prepped and doing the right thing.
Okay, because we've had that. I've had that with Mr. Hodge as well, and that the sports community is hot and heavy for this. So in the world we're living in, actually, I believe it was county news came out that we can have spectators at our games come the springtime. Is that correct? I know that we're going in a different direction now, but that might actually help alleviate potentially the timing of this local live as well.
So
Just
from,
throw it all out.
yeah, Vinny, from the press release I saw, I did see that. I think section 1 is not in alignment with that. Section 1 currently for indoor does not allow spectators except for senior night. And then for outdoor sports, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2 spectators for each home player, but no visitors still.
Right.
So we would still be need to stay in alignment with section 1. So
Okay.
to your point, it may, the need will not go away for this.
Right.
And of course, things could evolve over time as well as far as the guidelines. But right now, section 1 is not in alignment with that press release for us. For I think rec sports and other, other outside of school programs, I think that would definitely, the new press release would apply.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
I see another hand raised, I think. Mr. Boz?
Sorry, thanks, John. My question was the same as Vinny's. I apologize.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just wanted to, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say again, kudos to you, John, on all the work during this pandemic. And, as a parent of both middle school and elementary parent, I'm just amazed by how you onboarded all the teachers with Google Classroom and how smooth and seamless that process was. And while there have been many losses and a lot of hardships from this pandemic, I think one of our greatest gains will be in technology moving forward, and certainly having the elementary students all on Google Classroom and using that platform at the elementary level is incredible. And some of these programs you brought on, I've seen my kids like using, and they're just amazing. Like the technology is at all levels has been incredible. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bright?
I think John, yep, thank you.
I wanted to echo what Jessica said. It's really been astonishing to see what we've been able to accomplish this year in such a small amount of time. But I had a question as well. I thought I heard you say that one of our outages was due to our own power failure. Is that correct?
You are correct.
We're not on backup generator with this stuff?
No.
I think we should be. I think we should look at that.
It's something we spoke about after that happened. So I'll be connecting with Mr. Ricky and Mr. Condon on that. But it's no, the MDF is not on a backup right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's expensive, but we're putting all our eggs in this basket. And if the power goes out, you know, basket's empty.
John, isn't there a backup battery to keep systems running for a brief amount of time? I forget exactly what the term is.
The backup battery gives us about 3 hours, but that backup battery is to allow us to bring networks properly down so that we're not just getting cold shut down. You want to be able to bring them down properly. That takes about 45 minutes, but it does give us about 2 hours of functional time to run. So there was a time where people didn't notice anything where the power went down in there and then it was still working, but that's what the purpose of the UPS is for. I think I see one more hand raised. Oh no, that was the old one. So just to go through the local lines, I know there was a lot of stuff in there, but I hope that sums it up for you. So when we go through C22, the first one, 150, that's just my salary. 160 is just my local tech support staff. I have one technical support specialist who splits between some hardware and supports the office of the CIO, and I have an administrative assistant. Local line 220 is for larger tech needs in case we need to buy desktops, laptops, makerspace stuff, etc. Line 400 is just for maintenance and support our local printing, so that's managed by Xerox. Our E-rate bidding and consultant for that comes out of 400. 420 is for staff development. 450 is materials and supplies. We think of smaller tech needs, Chromebook support, like chargers, mics, keyboards, flash drives, headsets. And then 460 is software. This is where I actually want to talk a little bit. Last year, I was able to, for this school year, I was able to shift 48,000 over to BOCES. For next year, we're going to look to shift probably another 25,000 more into BOCES. So why are we shifting that money? Aside from it being aidable is the Ed Law 2D compliance. So that way the Lyric holds a contract, and that's just one less thing that we have to worry about on a local level. Were there any questions when it came to any of the local lines on C22? All right, great. Let's go to Appendix 5, which is the BOCES RFS. Let's go to just the first thing that we're proposing on here. On page 1 of Appendix 5, before the RFS, there's going to be a line item in there for a managed IT network support specialist. That's the person that we're going to have. So that's the lead network person that we were talking about to help support some of the infrastructure needs that we have going on in the district. So that's added onto that page 1 over there underneath the star. And then when we look at the RFS, a lot of these things are rollovers, and these were added. The big items that were added onto there from last year were titles like Myon, Dreambox, Newsela, and Reading Plus. Those titles alone are a little over $50,000 worth of software. So those are different line items that were added to each of the different coasters. Now on the BOCES coaster, I know I went through this with each of you last year. There's 5 of them. There's 444, which is distance learning, 510, which is instructional tech, 554, which is model schools, 611 is management services, and 612, which is IntelliPath. Sometimes you'll see an item that gets listed in 2 different coasters that were not being billed twice. The way they allocate what goes in what coaster is it depends on how much is being used by a student and how much is being used administratively, because each of those coasters have different rates of return on state aid. So you get higher returns of state aid based on if it's more for students or if it's more administrative. So that's why sometimes those items are broken up into the different areas of the RFS. Were there any, did you need me to go line by line on the RFS, or do you think we're okay with the overview of what we saw?
We okay with the overview?
I would think if there aren't any specific questions, we're okay with the overview.
Okay. So then I think I'm finished for my end of it. Thank you, everyone. Sorry that was a little long there, but I felt that overview helped frame both lines, so that way we didn't have to go line by line and explain certain things. This gives you like a really big general overview of the technology budget. Thank you again.
Thanks, John. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. All right, with that, Chris Hodge, we're going to move into the athletics budget very quickly.
Okay, yep. I will. I've been sitting here shortening down some of my information. So first of all, I'd like to thank everyone. The first thing I would like to say to everybody is thank you for your patience. I think one of the things that people don't realize is this has been a struggle all over the country to provide a sound, interscholastic opportunity for students. And it really takes an entire school community and everyone to help out in this process. So I want to thank the school board, Dr. Champ, the school district staff. There's so many staff, I don't want to miss anyone. All the administration, the booster club, the parents, and our students. So, just to touch real quick on some highlights that we're looking forward to is Mr. Ceballos had touched on, Huddle. We do have Huddle streaming right now, which has been a very great asset to our program. Local Live, hopefully coming on really soon for the spring. We actually start our spring season April 19th. And we're also looking at developing a uniform rotation system to help us make sure we stretch our dollars properly. Another big asset for Glover, hopefully this spring and moving into the fall, would be a scoreboard option for the new turf, as well as we have procured a permanent sound system for the stadium field at Glover, as well as a permanent sound system for the new turf. Also, looking down the road, looking at possibly adding bowling and wrestling to the athletic program. So, and I also have to throw out there, I want to thank the local park and recreation department, because they're actually helping out with some of these things. Basically, is, like, for example, I approached them about, field hockey. We have a strong group of girls with field hockey right now. I'd really like to see that keep moving forward. And they're going to be working on starting a youth field hockey program for Pelham. And that can really help our program down the road. So just to dive right into to the budget, every year we're responsible for, the athletic department is responsible for managing department finances and making important financial decisions that will impact our programs on both a short-term and long-term basis. And to excel in this, it's imperative that we establish a plan of action for all of our financial decisions. And a detailed, comprehensive budget will provide a clear vision for our goals here. So if we can take a look at 2855, we'll take a look at the first one. It's 132. As you can imagine, we did have some sports in the fall that did not go through, but that covers all of our salaries for our officials for all of our contests. Going into 150 in the salary section, it covers the athletic director, all of the coaching stipends for the fall, the winter, and the spring, and those do reflect, at least for this year, some cancellations due to sports in certain seasons. As you know, the modified, we are not offering modified for this year, so that's reflected in some of that. Moving down into the 160, which is the clerical position for this office, which is extremely important, as you may know. And going into contractual 411, service charges, which covers pool rental and other fees and dues, conference fees through section 1 that we have to pay in order to participate in those conferences. 413 covers our equipment service and repair, which is annual equipment repair and reconditioning of pretty much most of our equipment. 414 is athletic administration, That covers our athletic trainer, conferences, any other training that we may have specific to athletics. Moving into 450, supplies and materials, which is ongoing, which covers our uniforms. Trying to think. And I believe that might be it. Are there any questions? And did I need to talk about the coaching appointments? No. So you can see on those next couple of sheets, those are the coaching appointments for the fall of 2021.
Christian,
Yes.
question regarding the baseball field. Jim,
Yeah.
this might be an overlap to you as well in terms of the pipe work, the underground pipe work. Has that been completed where the turf and the batting cages will be constructed before the season starts?
Yeah, so they I was over there yesterday, and they actually have that underground pipe all kind of sealed off already, and now they're already up on the top working on, I think they put the footers in for the batting cage. And it looks like they are on track to have that completed prior to the baseball season.
Yep. Well, and John can talk to you about it later. We're making great progress. We were there this week.
It looks good.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question on the scoreboard. Really glad to hear it. Is that something that we have a timeline for, or is it something, and also, is it something we're doing on our own or in partnership with anyone else?
Well, Mr. Condon will probably speak to that, but we are doing it ourselves as a project for Glover. So the timeline on that, he could probably speak to that more, but that is in the works. I know there were quotes that went out that they were looking for. So hopefully he can add some more to that.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. We'll have that for you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
A couple things. One is I just was skimming through the coaching stipends, and I
Okay.
saw that I'm sorry, I just lost it in my head. Unified basketball, sorry, is
Oh, yes.
in for next year? Is it in for this year?
It's actually in for this year.
This year as well.
Yeah,
Great.
I actually just got confirmation from the section on Thursday if we are going to participate in unified basketball, and I confirmed with them that we are.
That's great. And then sorry?
It's going to begin on May 10th.
Oh, fantastic. The other thing is, I know you started off mentioning that you're looking to add wrestling and bowling, but those aren't under the coaching stipends?
No, I'm just thinking down the road. Maybe not next year, but it's just to lay the groundwork that we are moving forward. I would like to move forward to offer those options.
Great, thank you.
I have a question, which is to piggyback on Eileen. I was always surprised that we didn't have wrestling in Pelham. Is there a historical reason for that? Do you know?
So I was shocked. I'm big on wrestling. It's an anchor program everywhere I've ever been. I've had a wrestling program, and it pretty much anchors a lot of different programs. So a lot of times football kids, they're not basketball players, and vice versa in a lot of other sports. So from what I heard, it's sort of kind of dwindled down to, like a few students, and then the coach moved away from the district, and then there was no wrestlers. So I think, again, I've already spoken to Park and Recs to try to start a youth program. You can actually start wrestling. I've started wrestling programs on a varsity level in the school. You really is going to have to start with that strong coach that can cultivate and get students involved. But this community, I'll be honest with you, with the amount of kids that we have that participate in sports, I can seriously see us having a competitive wrestling program very easy.
Especially once COVID is in the rearview mirror.
And believe it or not, they are wrestling right now in Section 1.
I know.
They have to keep the mask on. It is a little tough, but they are. I've been watching it. They are wrestling.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm so excited to hear about the unified basketball. I will be so disappointed to not be able to attend in person because that was one of my favorite things from last spring was taking my kids to those games. It was
Well,
fantastic.
we'll have it live streamed.
Perfect.
Okay,
Any other
Cheryl,
anything else?
Cheryl, I just
Yeah,
have one last comment, if I
sure,
can.
Benny, go ahead.
As I've mentioned to you a number of times, I think Christian has done a wonderful job for our school district. I've come out vocally on said that point. I'm probably in your ear more than most board members, Christian, and I appreciate your patience with me.
No problem.
But I think you've done a wonderful job for our school district and just to keep up the good work.
Thank you. And we'll be on live streaming at 1 o'clock. We got senior boys basketball game, senior day here in the gym and at 1 o'clock.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. Thanks so much, Chris. And thank you, Vinny, for that comment.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's make it a goal to wrap up before that game. We're going to transition now to Julia and Jean and the PPS department as a whole.
Thank you. So I'll review the special education budget, and Jean will finish up the PPS with the counseling, health, and the psychology and social work budget. So as everyone's aware, special education budget is always directly related to the student needs. We do our best to anticipate every year, but it can fluctuate from year to year, obviously, depending on the incoming students or the students that may be aging out or moving out of the school district. So let's see, the special ed budget is on C16. So if you could turn to page C16. And I'll start with 2250, 131, the teaching assistant salaries. These are the teaching assistants that are in many of our programs, whether it is our TSP program or FOL program and special class programs. You'll notice that there's a significant difference from budget to budget, only because I'm trying to shift some of the location of where we're paying our staff just to maximize the state aid. And so there's a significant shift here with teaching assistants. I'm shifting them to the grant, and you'll see later on with the speech language therapist, I'm actually bringing them back into this budget. So you'll see that huge shift there. There isn't really too much of a difference in terms of the number of teaching assistants that we're going to be requiring next year from this year. So the actual total amount should be about the same. 2250, 150 would be the salaries for myself and the elementary and the secondary supervisors. The next two, 2250, 151, and 2250, 152 are the special education teacher salaries. There really isn't much of a change other than we do have one retirement, and so there is a little bit of a decrease in the total salary if you take a look on the 612 line. Okay, and then 2250, 153, we annually do budget a little bit of money for any required CSC meeting support over the summer. So that's that line. 2250, 156 is the speech therapist salaries, where there is a significant increase because I'm taking them out of my IDEA grant budget and then putting them into this budget. 2250, 157 is our occupational and physical therapy therapists. The reason for the increase is 2 summers ago, if you recall, we had one of our occupational therapists who left over the summer and towards the end of summer. And so we were not able to fill that position. And so we've been paying a consultant. And then we were supposed to hire this school year, 2021 school year, but because of the pandemic, we decided to keep the consultant on. And so our goal for next school year is to go ahead and hire someone as a permanent employee. The next code, 2250, 159, is for hearing impairment salary in terms of services. That's going to fluctuate from year to year depending on whether we have students that are incoming that require services, and we are expecting a little bit of an increase in that area based on need. 2250, 160 is our two clerical assistants in the office. And 2250, 163, you'll notice within the 2021 budget, there is a huge difference between the adopted budget for this year and the expenditures, because again, many of our families that required the one-to-one actually did not necessarily come to school full time. And so we did not need to have those positions. And so there is a bit of a decrease, but based on our projection for next year, we're hoping to have everyone back. And so the budget is going back to what it was for this school year originally. Any questions so far?
Jessica, I see your hand up. Did you have a question?
That's from before?
Could be. Yep.
Okay. Okay, the next page, C17. 2250, 200 is our equipment line. I put some money in there because we are expecting some incoming students that have a hearing impairment and requires equipment. And 2250, the next one is 2250, 400 contractual. Again, the decrease that you see there is I've moved that money from this line to the OT salary line, as we're hoping to hire someone. 2250, 407 is our home and hospital instruction. That's something that we always put into our budget just to make sure in case we have any students that require that service. 2250, 408 is our, we do put a little bit of money in there just for some professional books, conferences, things like that. 2250, 450, that is our material supplies and materials line. Typically, we use this for evaluation materials, instructional materials, any additional program materials that we require. So we do have a significant amount of money in here. We also provide different types of materials for like our related service providers as well through this line. The next two, 2250, 471, and 472, those are our tuitions in other public school district or private New York State approved schools. Our goal, obviously, annually is always providing least restrictive environment for all of our students. And that means really educating our students in our own programs. But there are times, depending on the student's level of need, that, if we have students that do require significant amount of service that we don't have a program or the ability to provide, then we do have to make recommendations for other programs. So those two lines can vary significantly from year to year, depending on the need of the student. And we also always do include a contingent placement in the line just in case, because you just never know if a family moves in during the school year, we may need to have that, the ability to pay for a student that may need a program. 2250, 490 is the BOCES services, similar to what the other folks have said before. We try to use our BOCES programs. I am contracting with some services, behavioral support services, and I do my best to utilize folks that are already going through the COSAR through BOCES so that we can get that aid back. Whenever I have someone who I find, a consultant who's great, I do my best to try to steer them that way just so that we can utilize the BOCES COSAR so that we do get the aid back. So this particular line, 490, is a combination of some of the services that we're using through BOCES, but also the tuition. We do have a couple of students that are attending the BOCES programs. Okay, and that's it for special education. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Boss.
I just had a question. So the new OT that we're hoping to hire, that person will travel to all of the schools?
So we typically have two OTs. We have one person who's a salaried employee, and so second person will also, the two of them will split the schools and provide services across the 6 buildings.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, no more questions. Then we'll let Mr. Farrell bring us home to close out the morning session. We're actually going to propose that we move the BOCES and attendance building safety to after the lunch break. So Jean, take it away.
And wanted to mention we don't have public comment at this time, so maybe in the afternoon.
Great.
I always seem to pull the last shift right before lunch. Okay, I'm going to get started, go line by line. I'm working off of C18 for the for counseling and psychology programs, as well as the health services programs. So starting with counseling services, the first line, 2810-150. We're looking at salaries. That's school counselors and director of counseling. We have a retirement at the middle school level, so there's a reduction in salary there. So we'll be looking for another counselor there. Moving down to 2810-154, we're looking at a stipend. So the stipend, there was an increase over the summer. There was just a lot of work to do. So that was an increase for the summer for the school counselors, as they had to do a lot of organization and preparation of the buildings over the summer after we finished March and the sun closed down the schools. There's a 2810-160 clerical we're looking at. So there's a salary line for that one. And increases in contractual. Going down to contractual for the counseling department, you'll see a slight reduction in that line. That's just due. I reduced it. We had some printing monies in there, and truth be told, we're finding better ways to communicate and not using print so much. So a lot of the things that we did have to print, we did leave some money in there. I'm not going to be needing in the future. I don't anticipate. And you can also look at the bottom of the contractual. There's a note down there. So wrapped up in those monies are the student assistance counselor, conferences, presentations, memberships, and also home instruction for students if they were to go out or need to be use one of our tutoring services. So we use our tutor and learning shop right now for the home instruction support services. Moving down to middle school. It's a line just for travel and conference and trainings for the middle school counselors. And then below that are my 2810-450-01 and 2810-450-02. And those are both materials lines for supplies and various supports that we need in the high school and middle school level. I'm going to move on to C19. And that's the health services line. So looking at 2815-161, we're looking at a salary line for the nurses. Okay, we have several new hires, and we're lucky enough to get everybody staffed this year after a lot of different movement. We also had, with the closing of OPH, we didn't have to staff that in our budget line anymore. We had a part-time position over there. And that staff member actually moved up to one of the openings we had at the elementary level. So it worked out because it was difficult to find a nurse, that was for sure. Looking at Julia, right? So now I'm going to move down to medical service and equipment. So in the past, we had a lot of different AED requirements, defibrillators and things like that. That is no longer the need. So we don't anticipate any equipment that we're going to need to be using or supplying. So for the moment, there's no equipment line that we're going to that we'll be needing. If we do have that need, I'll have a conversation with Mr. Ricky about upcoming needs and so forth. So then there's medical services. So in that budget line, which is 2815-400, we're looking at the school physician, nurse substitutes, trainings, etc. So the nurse substitute line, we have that money's there. Very unfortunately, getting nurse substitutes, is really difficult. We have been able to bring in one nurse. We have two nurses in the bank right now, and we have also substitute services that we try to use. But again, it's difficult to get substitutes for the nurses using those different banks and companies. 2810-15-409. Is just other health services and things like that. So that's mandated health service expense for students attending schools outside of the district. Okay. And Jackie can probably speak more to that because there's other district needs that we need to supply and pay for as far as health services go. And then we're looking at supplies and materials, 2815 for 450 for each of the buildings and their supplies. So gauze pads, medical equipment, things like that that you need on Band-Aids, things like that that all the nurses use on a daily basis for sure. Right. I'm going to move to C20. So again, we're looking at a salary budget line for the psychologists. That's contractual. So that's 282150. And so that's the increase is based on contractual and longevity increases by the budget. There are stipended positions for contractual work for some work the psychologists do as well for 282154. And then the last.
Gene, I have a really quick question. Can you just remind me how many psychologists total that translates into? I cannot remember that number.
Julia, so I'm trying to think now. What's the number?
We have 8. We have 1 in each of the elementary schools and 2 in middle and 2 in high school.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's a recent occurrence, right, Julia? We just hired somebody at the elementary school to make sure we had someone in each building.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, yes.
Mm-hmm. And then the last line is the social work line. So about 3 years ago, we hired a new social worker at the high school level. We created the position, and then you'll see a contractual line for that. And then we also have a middle school, part-time middle school social worker that also is, you'll see a line for as well.
Okay,
So
any
take
questions for
guys?
Jean?
Thanks, Jean.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you all.
So we're going to take a motion to recess for lunch. Is reconvening at 1 o'clock convenient for those who need to join us again? Okay, very good. So I'd like to take a motion to recess for lunch, not a usual motion that we take. Think Leah and Sue, any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks so much. We're reconvening, Jeff.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene the public session of the line-by-line budget review meeting of March 6, 2021. Do I have a motion? Leah, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. This is Mr. Ricky's up, right?
Yes, good afternoon. What we can do is we can pick up where we left off, which happened to be with BOCES, which give BOCES services found in Appendix 5. And we've got a great breakdown here in Appendix 5 of all the services that are provided and purchased through BOCES. I think John Sabalos did a terrific job in describing the scope and the breadth of services that are received from BOCES that we purchase with the information system, the Lyric. And Julia Chung did the same with special education, occupational education, and other various services. So again, BOCES is a cooperative service, which is great because we work with our member school districts on purchasing certain items that are just easier to buy as a group and more unique if we were to go out to do it on a one-by-one basis. So as you look at page I-1 all the way through, I think this gives everyone a good idea, line by line, of the services purchased. Up top, you can see there's an administrative charge. As a charter member of the BOCES, the Southern Westchester BOCES, that is a charge that the district incurs. Part of that fee increasing this year is directly related to the BOCES was rolling out or burning down some of their fund balance, and they finished last year. So, which is why we saw a little bit of an increase this year. So we have our administrative charges. You see that capital budget, that $86,000 again is like I think a $400 variance year to year. Occupational education, there was a decrease year to year. But again, we're still meeting the student needs. And then the computer services, video streaming, distance learning, athletics you see in there, that has to do with for officials that Christian Hodge talked about. And then we have video streaming now with our athletics. We talked about the local live when Christian was here. That particular program we were able to access through BOCES, which is great because otherwise we would have to go out to bid for that. That's something that they had, and we were able to access it quickly. And again, we're in the process of implementing it. I know John Conn will be able to fill you in on it a little bit more. Again, health and safety, instructional items. One of the items added here this year too is safety and security without TIRIS, and I talked about that. And that's an item where we reduced 1 FTE with the retirement of Ralph DeMasi this year, and then we brought on Altiris. They are a safety and security consulting firm, do work extensively throughout Westchester, and this model that we're working towards is employed. Let's see, where do they have it off the top of my head. I know they have it in Eastchester, Bronxville, Rye, White Plains. Just those are 4 districts that I can think of off the top of my head. And they're in the process of a complete safety audit, district-wide safety audit right now. And they're scheduled to start meeting with all the principals next week. So that's just part of the work that they're doing, as well as the daily on-site work. I guess if you have any questions or if you'd like further information, we can get back to you with this. The other thing we have, there are things that happen during the year. We have a $100,000 contingency that we rest in the BOCES line because things happen like the local live. We want to be able to access and purchase these services as needed. So we go ahead and do that. And of course, you may not remember it because I know you vote on a lot of things. But every year there's a form called an AS7 that we bring back to the board, which shares with you all the services rendered by BOCES for final approval by board at the end of the year.
Jim, the contingency that you're talking about is right above the video streaming line.
That's correct. You'll find that on a I-1. And especially like last year, your software, those types of things, that's where it becomes really important. And if we have to, we can also do budget transfers. I know John did a really good job, especially with EdLaw 2D, moving some purchases with vendors off of the local line and through the BOCES. Again, as an educational institution, they have to make sure they're compliant to EdLaw 2D, and that provides a good conduit for us to do that. And it's a streamlined approach to purchasing.
And one more question with regards to Altiris. We have our local police enforcement help us with lockdown drills and things like that, shelter in place drills. Do they work in coordination with our local police on things like that?
Thank you. Yes. Actually, we had lockdown drills this week in both villages at all the elementary schools. And we did that in coordination with both PDs. Really great cooperation. I know I've said this before. I think it's important though. Police departments don't walk through schools in every district for lockdown drills. And I think it's really great that we have that in Pelham. Also, you don't always get police officers just walking through the schools on familiarization type tours. So we're very fortunate to have that. If in other communities, sometimes you're lucky if you got them if they're in the parking lot, just to kind of provide that little bit of a presence. So we're very fortunate that way. The coordinator we have now is a recently retired New York State Trooper. He's got some great contacts, some good experience. He's met with both of the police chiefs or the police lieutenants. So there's already a coordination effort in place there. And if you read the Journal News, you may have seen something this week. There was a person who tried to get into, I think it was Dobbs Ferry or Hastings School. And this person, actually it was in Hastings, I think at Master's School. And this person has kind of had a history of trying to get into different schools. And last year they talked themselves into an Eastchester school. They passed a security guard. And what happened this week was great. Altiris, through their group of all of their safety coordinators, they were able to get that message and that word out quickly. And actually, the person was apprehended and arrested after the Masters incident. So again, giving us a good update. So and sharing that and blasting that information out to all the administrators too. And I know Dr. Champ, I believe, sent out an all district message during the week. So that's part of a day in the life or a day in the week of where they are.
Thanks.
Okay, if you'd like to, we can go to page C23 right now. And that's for attendance and building safety, which kind of ties, again, right back into where we are. We have monitors, hourly monitors, salary monitors, and a very small amount of contractual expenses. As you look at our salary monitors, you'd see a reduction. That's the 1.0 FTE reduction for the salary portion. If there's premium time, FICA, and benefits, that's not included there, but that's the salary portion. And then we have our hourly monitor, and this covers an equivalent of 18 monitors for the 21-22 fiscal years. So that's your greeters at the elementary schools and at the high school, middle school, and your safety and security monitors at the middle high school.
Jim, so this is keeping constant the number from that we're using right now?
This keeps constant from our year-to-year number. Actual this year, our monitor numbers are probably a little bit higher at the elementary schools just because of COVID and that instance, but it really goes back to our model pre-COVID.
So that's what I was wondering, whether we thought there was going to be an increased need next year as well.
If there is, I mean, we have found that we've had some flexibility and we've been able to manage it with where we are. Again, you've got a contingent line that you can draw on. And again, as we've gone through this year, we've found we have, some people Some monitors don't want to work or cannot work at this point in time. So where you have savings in others, in some lines you may spend on others. But we're finding a way to make it work. And
Jim, can I jump in and add as well? Leah, kind of to your question, we're gonna if we're able to bring students at the secondary buildings back, that's going to be, I think, a test of this question. Because we already know this year we had to bring on additional lunch monitors at the elementary schools because of students eating in classrooms. So that's a lot of the additional hourly. If we're working through plans of how to problem solve for lunch at the secondaries, and that may involve bringing in additional staff this spring to manage that, because we're trying to keep as much distancing as possible during lunch, which on good days it'll be nice because we've got outdoors, but on rainy days we're likely looking at putting all the gymnasiums into service to expand lunch space, which would be additional supervision. So this spring will be a test for next fall.
And Jim, those additional monitors would be covered by the contingency.
yes, we would draw down that. I don't think we'd want to move otherwise.
Thank you.
Just following up on that, I guess Dr. Champ mentioned lunch. So these do cover the lunch monitors that we have too, that we talk about often at board meetings when you're hiring new monitors.
So this covers your full-time people, and then we have lunch monitors which we pay out of the lunch fund.
Oh, that's
those folks that work an hour and a half on a daily basis.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, if you're a lunch monitor, you're a school employee, so you are eligible as a 1B employee to get the vaccine. So we are still short on lunch monitors on a daily basis, and significant thanks to the PTAs who have been helping to coordinate that at our elementary level. They've really done a phenomenal job, and we're hoping to have some way to thank those volunteers once we get to the end of this year, because it's been a gargantuan effort on their part.
Okay. If you'd like to, we could go to B5 for operations and maintenance. I hope one of those pages is Mr. Condon. I think it is. Terrific. That's Appendix 3. Well, I'm sorry, not quite Appendix 3. Where are we going to start? That's the detail behind where we are. Are you there, John? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm working off of the B5.
You're working off B5. Okay, that's good then.
Take it away, John.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your service. I'd like to start, and just feel free to stop me, or if you have any questions, don't stump me too bad. There we go. So custodial maintenance number there, you see there's a slight increase, but that's due to contractual salary obligations. Extra summer help, you do see an increase over here. Part of that number is increased this year because the anticipated moving expenses for Hutchinson. Our plan is to use in-house staff to do that. So this is a great way to supplement it at a reasonable cost. It works out great for the kids of the town, basically, because they get an opportunity to work very hard. And I know in my previous district, I always hired older children. We do hire younger children here, and I think it works out great. It's a great partnership for the district. It's a great opportunity for these young people to get an opportunity to work hard. It's helps everybody out. So that minor increase there is basically for the helping out with the moving expenses. And we're actually planning on bringing on some people in June, hopefully get some college-age kids, if you know anybody. We did save money from last year in anticipation of doing that to help the teachers pack up, because with the new Hutch being planned to be ready for June, we want to be able to hit the ground running on as soon as the end of school hits, June 24th, if I'm not mistaken, or close enough to it. Substitute coverage is when people are out. There's, we've had people out with COVID. We've had experiences there. So that's what that number is there. School-related emergencies, no increase, obviously flooding, snow. We've had a lot of snow in February. We had, when everybody else was off, the guys were in here taking care of snow and ice and whatnot, trying to keep everything safe. Grounds equipment, just keeping it at the same number. We haven't bought any equipment. We're staying flat there. Building equipment, we reduced that number by 17%. We haven't had the need, so I cut that. Mechanical equipment just kept flat. Fuel went down a bit. I know there's talk of like the schools being closed with COVID and whatnot. Can you see decreases in fuel and lighting? And that's always going to be out there. But clearly we're all seeing the numbers at the gas pump flying up the last few months. Fuel prices are always a wild card out there. Same with electricity. Even though we're reducing electricity with the use of LED lights, we keep constantly adding more LED lighting to the buildings. I'm hoping in the next 2 months to be able to check off each elementary school to be completed with all the LED lighting in the hallways. We just received deliveries, actually a partial delivery on Thursday, Friday. Water service, slight reduction. We have seen positive results with the Glover Field artificial turf being added in. It doesn't need as much water, so we've seen reductions over there. That's a joke. But we've seen that there, but rates have gone up for water.
And John, if we could just talk about too, just so the board is aware, the fuel and the light and power lines are area budgets of contingency areas. So as you look at prior year spends and you look at proposed budget, they don't exactly match up, and that makes sense because those are areas of contingencies. And then I know if you want to talk about an EPC at all, John.
Yes, an EPC is an acronym for obviously for energy performance project. I know there was one done here, I'm going to say in the last 15 years, and basically you put out and which we were preparing to do. I already have it here. We're going to put it out. It's an energy performance project, and there are energy companies that come in and evaluate the building, and they'll basically look at your energy consumption over the last 3 to 5 years, and then they'll go around and they try to find opportunities for energy savings that have a payback. I believe the payback is 15 years for, it's got to pay for itself in 15 years. Correct. I may be off on that number, but let's just say lighting would have a 5-year payback. A boiler would have a 20-year payback, but the average of them has got to have a 15-year payback for SCD to approve it. This is something that has to go out to the voters to vote on. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rickey, to go into it, but we'd enter into an agreement with an energy performance contract. It would be nothing in theory out of pocket, but the energy savings would pay for it. Ideally, it'd be great to get all new boilers. I've done this in my previous district. I was able to actually reduce 2 boilers because of combining systems, and I was able to change essentially 6 boilers, window strip, weatherproofing, lighting. The big one is lighting. We do have a lot of LED lighting in the district already, which we've been able to do very reasonably priced because we were doing retrofit lighting. We're actually saving the lightings and the lights themselves and actually converting them over LED. It's being done by regular custodians, not by maintenance men or electricians, which is well within their scope. So we're kind of really, getting a big bite at the apple that way, but there's no harm, no foul other than having to get all the energy reports out there for these companies to look at to see what they can find. I mean, I know we've all kicked around the ideas of the lighting down at Glover Field, and with LED lighting getting cheaper and cheaper, it may just maybe something that an energy company would take on, which is fantastic. Again, it's no harm, no foul to throw it out there.
So Jim, sorry.
No, I was just going to recognize the questions. Go ahead, John, then Vinny.
Sorry, I did forgot to put my hand up. John, I thought you were not a fan of EPCs.
Well, I know you are, sir. So.
As is the superintendent. So.
No, I was just wondering, you had a turnaround, I guess.
It's right here. It's right here.
Are you contemplating boiler replacements under DPC?
Well, that's usually the biggest elephant that no energy company wants because it's such an expensive item. I
Right.
mean, and usually the lighting will pay for it. Is there other things out there that can pay for it? I mean, as a facility guy, I want new boilers and I want all updated boiler controls, which is something we've been working on ourselves. Last year, we hope to work on it again this year. We've worked on LED lighting. My predecessor worked on LED lighting. He started that process, and I've kicked it into high gear and trying to do, large building at a time. It makes all the sense in the world. I mean, the new building will all be LED. I mean, LED has come so far in such a short period of time. The cost has gone dramatically lower. They were doing, T8 bulbs 6 years ago. Now nobody would even consider doing them. You went from T8s, pretty much jumped over T5s to now to LED. So, but they'll look at other things. They're going to look at EPCs, the companies that come in to do it, let's not forget they are for profit. So it has to make sense for them to do it. The savings has to pay for the work they're going to do for us, plus a profit for them. And obviously the state education department has to agree that it does make sense.
So
They lighting.
like John said, it's a process. Got some familiarity with it. I think we put out the RFP. We see where the potential value is and what our needs are. And then and I know you've been through it before, John.
Mm-hmm.
You whittle it down. You see what your ROI is going to look like, and if it makes sense, then we can bring it forward. And again, we have done a lot of work, but there may be something that we're not seeing right here, and it's
Absolutely.
a great to look for.
Absolutely. Like I said, no harm, no foul. Doesn't cost us anything to have these guys go through other than our time.
Hey, John, as it relates to the turf, I know that the old turf sweeper we got with the first football field, so that's about 7 or 8 years old.
Yep.
Do we need to purchase another sweeper for the new field? And in addition to that, do you have built into here the temporary painting that we have to do on the turf field come the new season of sports out there?
No and yes. So we have a piece of equipment. It's a relatively simple piece of equipment. It's replaceable brushes on it. There is a deeper cleaning piece of equipment out there. I looked at it. I thought it to be cost prohibitive to buy it. We do through their recommendation is to clean the turf of debris. Obviously, keep debris off it, and as much as possible, try to enforce how the turf is used. But it's basically groomed once a month. That's what they require. Fill in, and then your basic areas of use, like the cross face off. I don't know if that's correct terminology. Right in front of the lacrosse goals is torture, and where soccer throws in on the corners. Those are your big wear areas. You basically have to add rubber to those areas. The biggest thing with the fiber is making sure that the rubber stays full in those areas, because once the fibers start rubbing together, that's when you get deterioration. Our main field is in great shape. The new the field that was put in, correct me, 8 years ago. So we're in very good shape over there. Obviously, the new turf is brand new, so we're going to keep it that way. We did have a company come in last year and do a cleaning. I'm not aware that they had been here before. They're way out of upstate New York. They come down. They have the machine. It's that comes does a heavy duty deep cleaning. We did all the fields last year. We were going to have them come in again this year and make it a 1 year process. It's amazing what they pull out of the rug, as it were. All the materials that people aren't supposed to bring on the field, the bobby pins and all the pens. It's amazing. The pen can, actually disappear inside the field. So all that comes out of there, and they pull basically the top layer of the rubber out, they clean it, and it all gets respread. So I at this point now, I don't think it pays for us to buy a heavier duty piece of equipment when it's easier to have a company come in and do it once a year, which is only the requirement. It's going to sit here, any heavy duty expensive piece of equipment, it's either better to rent or have a company do it. It's just not worth it for us to own it. It would
Okay.
require a bigger tractor for me, a newer tractor. I have an old tractor. As long as I don't beat it up, I can make that thing last longer.
Got built in the painting cost?
It's nominal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll have to see
Leah?
if people. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
John, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, man,
Leah.
I didn't see the hand. Sorry.
Sorry, so Jim may have explained this. John, I see the big uptick in custodial supplies for all of the fancy stuff that we now have to clean for COVID.
Yep.
In 0.451, but I'm wondering where the air purifiers and fans are going to fit in. Is that another contingency, or is that on here someplace?
I believe. I think Jim would better answer that.
That's going to be on 451.
So that's in the same space with the fancy custodial Star Wars cleaning implements and all the other.
We're trying to capture our more of our COVID expenses there. When we put the budget book together, we didn't have that estimate in there for it, but yeah, we'll see that cost there at year end.
Okay, so that
Jim, that's going to be in this year's budget, not next year's, right?
Correct. It's in
Yeah, so that's not a going forward expense.
Absolutely.
And a lot of those COVID expenses that we incurred, we're keeping separate because we're hoping to get reimbursement for some of that. I mean, that's part of the process. That's some of that out there. Honestly, we haven't spent as much as we thought we would spend. I think Mr. Ricky was very thought ahead about it, and we when we purchased PPE equipment, we went out I'm starting to lose track of time, but September, I guess, we bought basically a 3-month supply. I know the districts went in heavy. I know districts have spent $1 million on PPE, and they did not go through that. And so there's a lot of masks sitting in warehouses right now, which we don't. We didn't put out, but we have as much money as we needed to, but we have more than enough to take care of what we need. In terms of cleaning, now I'm not the shields and the protection, and that is a different expense. Okay.
All right.
Professional consulting services, architects, landscape, masonry. We have a roof consultant that goes through and reviews our roof each year. They provide us a report. They keep tabs on us. It helps us for planning purposes to the board for where we need repairs and or planning for replacement. Architect services, there is obviously a decrease. We actually have, I mean, honestly, the district is doing so much work now. At this point, we have obviously so many projects out there right now. We don't need as much architectural service. We kind of have everything covered. But if you have smaller projects, you need to call in an architect. That's where that monies would come from. Contract services, again, ongoing services. We have contract services for exterminators, the like. We have asbestos testing. We have lead testing that is due this year. We had building condition survey, which is due this year, and that's where that money comes out of. Equipment repairs, our general take care of business every day, boilers and fans and repairs, and that's where that money's coming out of it. Uniforms, that's contractually obligated. We have the uniforms, plus we want to make sure the guys look good to keep up their uniforms. Training and education, a lot of that is, again, a good thing, and it's also some of that is obligated through asbestos awareness that they're all required to do, sexual harassment training. We do that, a lot of that through the GNC, but that's where that money is. Property lease represents the monies that we're going to be leasing property upcoming. That'll be for leasing and for renovations of that property. Sorry. Did you have a question, Mr. Mazzaro, or are you good? I'm sorry, am I good?
Good.
Okay. Ground supplies, again, flat. But that's where, salt, asphalt patch, grass seed, there's other places, tulips and roses and, the niceties and wood chips and that sort of thing. Grass, irrigation, like this year, we had a lot of irrigation down at Glover to those areas that never had it. Once folks get back down there, I think they'll be very happy the way Glover looks. It really looks wonderful. Maintenance supplies, again, just general supplies, custodial, everything. Custodial, that's a reduction as well, 17%. Vehicles, fuel is down. We purchased a new van, it was a year and a half ago. We're just not driving around as much. Guys are working more in one spot and not needing to drive as much. We're not cutting grass. The turf doesn't need us cutting as much, so that helps. And there you go. If you look, I'll tell my own one. We would have been 160K savings this year, which would have been represented a 2.8% savings, but we absorbed the 300,000 for rent, which puts us at the 2.5% increase. So just kind of put that in perspective. So if you have any questions, I'm welcome to entertain them. I know you had some questions of Mr. Hodge and John Sabalas that I might be able to help you out with. Concert with each other, trying to make sure all the stuff's planned out. I know the cameras are very important, the huddle system, which is so cool in the gym. I watched the basketball game last week while I was at a Boy Scout meeting. It was kind of entertaining. They didn't win, but such is life. But so we like Mr. Sabalas said, we met with the huddle people on, I'm going to say Wednesday, Thursday. We're expecting a report from them on Monday, Tuesday. Particularly what he said off the record, everybody in Westchester County wants this yesterday, and it's going to come down to who's ready for it. We will be ready for him as soon as we get a report. We do have to run electricity. We'll probably have to put a staff on the building down there in order to get line of sight back to the high school to be able to send our line of sight to cameras. These cameras will actually, they do not need data lines to them, which is amazing. Don't ask me how that works because I don't know, but they need to be able to talk to each other, get that signal back. These cameras will actually run off something as weak as a cellular signal, which we will have better than that. So they should work from there. But we need, the football field, we need the tennis court, we need friendship, we need the baseball field in order to, for Title IX to make sure all sports are covered at this point. Somebody mentioned scoreboard. You were interested in the drain, I believe. I was listening. So the drain down there, if you recall, we had issues with the drain down there. It was delayed. The batting cages to go on top of that. The drain, major project. It's all. I'm going to say we're at about, in terms of the drain work, that's 100% done. It's all installed. Looks beautiful. If you like looking at drains, it's working. That was a bit of a problem there. We had to deal with multiple agencies, including federal agencies, the Army Corps of Engineers, to get all of that. DOT. I was back and forth with DOT. I'm all on a first name basis with them. That working down there, that's all installed. The concrete curb is in for, and the foundations for the fence are all in there. I believe they put out binder coat on Thursday, Friday. That's all down. We do not have the finish coat down. That's going to all tie in nicely right behind the basketball. I wanted to make sure we could get in there behind the back, so people aren't walking in the grass or walking in the dirt over there. I wanted to make sure that area was nice and clean. You're going to have a double batting cage over there with 2 pitchers' mounds. The pitcher can warm up over there. That's for the home team. The visitors get the other, not this one, but it's also gorgeous on the other side of the field. So we'll have 2 batting cages there with a netting in the middle, which we had purchased. It was supposed to get installed, but obviously we had to do the drain work and make no sense to do that and try to do the drain work underneath it. We had Landy, a contractor we've dealt with in the district multiple times, very good contractor. I pushed hard to get this done over the winter. I knew I'd get good numbers. We got very good numbers on this project. If anything, guys were basically working to stay busy in the winter because nobody had work. So we got very good numbers. I already reached out to A-Turf, who was the installer. They still owe us the install on the turf that goes on top of that. And he was like, whoa, you ready? We don't have guys yet. So we're going to hopefully get guys down there to get the turf in. The biggest impediment, which we knew, will be the grass around the area. Obviously, we're not growing anything because of the current weather, but I think we'll do some landscaping in the back. I'd like to do maybe some nice, October glories in the back, maybe something nice and big in the back. Give some color for the fall over there, and I think people will be very happy when it's done. I can't think of anything else. I'll be quiet.
John, looks like you got a couple questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I think Sue and then Eileen.
I can't hear you. Is she talking?
Sorry, John. I was the one who had the question about the scoreboard earlier. So I was just wondering,
yes.
we're doing that in-house, it sounds like.
That would be the plan. I guess initially it was not thought of a need for a scoreboard over there. That was brought up when we were doing the planning over there. And the thought was to use the scoreboard that's there. But that's more of a baseball scoreboard. I didn't think any, I didn't, but I guess the planning stages, it wasn't thought to be used as a field for actual games, or more of a practice sort of situation. I think now that people actually see it in play, they want to be able to have games. I think we definitely can run, a varsity heavy draw game and a lighter draw game on the two fields. And, it'd be lovely to have a scoreboard. We do have pricing on a scoreboard. We have paid for some items out of the down there. We did want to see where we ended up with the drain. That could have been a much different situation. I think we were able to foster that through and get it done in a very reasonable cost. So I think we feel more comfortable with the scoreboard now.
Great. That's good news.
Yep. Timing for that.
Eileen?
Thank you. John, back in the case of the bond, there was a general sense of projects that did not get included in the bond that, we would hope to do in the next, whatever, period of time. And I was, in particular, growing into more air-conditioned buildings in the elementary schools. And I was wondering if that's on the horizon at all.
Well, I know in the bond when I first showed up, there was replacement of air conditioning units on the middle school, and that was removed. Units over there, they're about 17 years old, 18 years old at this point. So they were removed from the bond. I know that we have added air conditioning to all larger spaces in all the elementary schools in the gym, and that was an important part of it. Air conditioning a whole school that's 100 years old is a big item. I mean, it's because it's got to be incorporated into the ventilation. You can't just run air conditioning and then not run ventilation. That's not what you want. And people are, really, that's hit people in the face, so to speak, with COVID here, where you have, ventilation systems in districts. When the 70s were shut off because of the energy crisis, because when you ventilate a building, you're obviously having to heat or condition that air, and it costs more to do so. But when you air condition an area and it's 90 degrees outside, that's wonderful, but that's all tied into an existing ventilation system. So by just air conditioning a room, you're not ventilating the room, and it's kind of, everybody's happy with air conditioning when the air is cooler, but you still have to exchange air in that room. And it has to be part of a bigger item the board would have to look at in terms of air conditioning an elementary school or the high school, or, isolated areas. Yeah, it could be done and incorporated, but to do a whole district, you have, if it was to tie back into the ventilation system and chill the air or cool the air, all those ducts have to be insulated or else they're going to sweat and drip because condensation, so it's a much bigger item. Have to be looked at.
Can I just piggyback on that?
Yes, sir.
The facilities committee has been looking at a long-range plan, something we need to do again this spring. And part of that was sort of step-by-step preparation for that kind of work. So it turns out that most of the schools don't have sufficient electrical capacity, for instance, to even fire up air conditioning systems. So, before you can even think about putting air conditioning systems in, you have to put in electrical upgrades. So that kind of work is being thought about in terms of a long-term facilities plan. I think moving slowly in that direction, Eileen. But the board, that's a much bigger issue that the board is
Okay, thank you.
chew on.
Okay,
Thanks,
anything
John.
else? Anything else for John at this point? Did we touch on community services?
That's on D4, and that's really a portion of our facilities expenses that are supported through our joint partnership with recreation, and then we'll receive a revenue in return from recreation. So that's why you see it there. Includes the Glover, Ingalls Franklin Field High School, Julian's Playground. Again,
Okay.
thank you, John.
Okay.
All right, John, thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Things are in good shape in the district, and John's definitely left his
Thanks, John.
fingerprint in a short amount of time on our facilities in a really great way. So, and we're actually getting really excited. We're getting close to 314 Pelhamdale being ready for move-in. So
Yes, ma'am.
by spring break, I think the business office will be heading that direction. So
That's
kudos
fine.
to the facilities team. All right, I think now it's my turn. And thankfully I only have 2 short pages, so that's great. So I'm going to be just reviewing B1 and B2, which relates to yourselves, Board of Education budget lines, district clerk, and central administration, particularly within my realm. So beginning on B1 is 1010-165, part-time clerical. That is additional clerical that we occasionally take on during budget vote time. 1010-400 is the contractual line. This is one of probably the largest ones for us. And the increases represented are shown this year are just some additional funds being set aside for the potential of Board of Ed training, board development, and professional development at that level. We have not always had time to do that in a given year. We didn't have much time this year, but budgeted in for next year to have a little bit of time, potentially some consultants to assist with that. Supplies and materials, just made an adjustment there of, actually kept that in line with historical spending on that line. 1010-490, just a slight increase due to board docs costs going up. 1040-160 is the clerk stipend. As you know, Millie Bonilla left us and Pauline Davies has come in. So that is the stipend that she gets for the additional work related to the district clerk. Pauline's been doing a fantastic job. So it's great to have someone with experience coming into that role during this year. Going to district meetings, this really relates to the budget vote itself. And you see we did certainly had big expenditures in the recent years as compared to the past. That is largely due to last year's mail-in voting requirement. We were required, as you remember, instead of just mail-in ballots by request, we were required to mail paper ballots to all residents, all registered voting residents. So that was a significant cost. Plus, a few years ago, the state added the requirement of translating voting materials into Spanish. So there's been additional costs related to that over the last couple of years. We've been working each year to increase the materials that we've been able to translate towards that initiative. And just a little tweak in supplies and materials in that code on 1060-450. Any questions there? Okay, and then turning the page to B2. This again is the salary line for me, and similar to what you heard with teachers last year. Given the finances of last year, I did not ask the board for a raise going last year into this year, so that was held flat. The next line is related to clerical salaries and contractual increases related to those. Contractual expenses are things related predominantly to communications expenses, the focused notifications and such like that, and supplies and materials, just general supplies and materials for the runnings of the offices. We kept that flat. Any questions there? Okay, short and sweet. I pass the baton back to Jim to round us out for the afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Champ. If we could go to page B3, I go over the business office, legal personnel, and some public information. On B3, as you see, it's generally a current services budget as we look at it. On the clerical salaries, we do have one increase, though. It's a 0.5, a part-time person to assist with payroll benefits, human resources support, hopefully helpful with onboarding and offboarding. As we shared a bit earlier too, some of our vendors have done a great job in keeping their costs down by sending work to us. Health insurance happens to be one of those particular items. So it just requires more time on our part. And that's one of those areas where we've worked to absorb it, and we've gotten to a point where we just needed that 0.5 position, not a full-time, but there's certainly that relief. Also, with Astrid retiring in the next year in August, we want this person to be able to pinch hit if needed to be able to understand the process involved with getting payroll taken care of. On contractual expenses, you see, again, we're flat year to year. We do have some the one-time expenses you see in this year, just in case you're wondering, are related to the ban expenses and the CMA fees that we had for this year with our bans. And again, the increases in supplies and materials and our contractual expenses really reflect our historical runs. On the next page on B4, again, you've got our legal expenses are 400. That's flat year to year. A salary, project forecasted salary expense in personnel. Really, it's really current services from year to year, and the salary increases or adjustments as needed. If you care to go to page D1 through 3, we have our transportation. And just to kind of remind everybody, for transportation, as a district, we are obligated to transport students within a 15-mile radius out of district if they attend a school out of the school district. Also for special education students placed by the district or parentally placed. And that 15-mile radius is expanded further if parentally placed for a special education student. So as we look at it, we have the backup and we can share with you what our budget is for students who can access school in a reasonable amount of time. Through public transportation, we provide public transportation passes, as I know you're aware of. I wanted to share that again publicly. For those who cannot be safely transported or in a timely manner transported by public transportation, they're transported by yellow bus. We work with BOCES and a consortium, the BEPT consortium, so we try to share this service with other school districts to try to help and defray this expense as well. So we coordinate through the BOCES services. We also help manage athletic transportation, as you see there too. This year, certainly that expense has not been as robust as it has been in years past. I would expect it to return to a normal level once we get back into a normal routine again. And again, if you look on D3 or D4, I think it's just great detail. You can get an idea of where our students go and the cost behind it. And again, we buy public transportation passes. I wanted to actually point that out. If those passes are not picked up, we do return them and we get that money back to the district. So we don't want to waste district resources. If you care to turn to D5, we can talk about employee benefits. Again, this is a large portion of our budget. I mean, the estimated expenditures this year, $16.3 million. As you know, with these are areas of contingency, so some dollars are in different lines here as reflected in the explanation lines and as you have in your books as well. We participate in 2 retirement plans, the state retirement plan, which is also called ERS. That is for all staff that are not teachers or administrators. And then we have the teachers retirement system, the second pension system, which picks up all teachers and administrators pension retirement expense. On the right-hand column, you can see the percent of salary that the district is obligated to pay based on that employee's earnings. So for ERS, it's 16.2. It went up from 14.9% last year to this year, and teachers went from 9.53 to 9.8% of their base. For Social Security, we charge Social Security, or we budget for Social Security for folks up to the maximum earnings of $142,800, and for Medicare for full earnings. So no padding on that line. Prior job, that's where we like to put some money when we need it a little bit. But there's none on it in this line. We budget to the actual here. We also participate in a consortium with workers' compensation. Slight decrease based on our experience. We're in a consortium with Right Risk Management and surrounding school districts. As you can see, our unemployment expense is quite significant this year related to COVID and COVID-19. As we return back to a more normal cycle, we would expect those charges to then recur back to a more normal cycle. Our health insurance, as I discussed in the opening, we work with Swiss Chip, which is a cooperative organization, again, created by school districts, administered by Blue Cross Blue Shield. We have an annual year-to-year increase of 4.85% for active and non-Medicare retirees. And then it was a 0% rate change for Medicare retirees, which is really terrific. And then the other 2 lines, we have a small decrease in the employee benefit lines related to dental, and then other benefits were up slightly, $20,000. And as you see in 1920, we have incentives for the teachers in the 1920 year. That's why it was so high. We had 8 teachers that retired last year and 2 administrators. Again, as you compare that to this year, we had 3 teachers, 1 counselor, and that's really where those incentives are paid from and those costs driven from. If you look on D6, again, it kind of gives you an idea of what the ERS and TRS rates have been going back to 13-14. Again, just to kind of give you an understanding, ERS, I mean, it looks high at 16%. Go back to 13-14 for perspective, we were as high as 20.9%. TRS, again, back to 13-14, that same time period, we were at 16%, and now we're at 9.8% for next year. And if we could go to D9, which is our debt service. And you're probably tired of listening to me talk about debt service. That's $2.495 million more to our debt service this year related to the 2018 bond. Again, we're helping to defray some of that expense with $1.1 million of our debt service. Next year, again, there'd be a little bit more of an increase of that 2.45 taken up by the taxpayer. We'll defray it a little bit further with the balance of the $655,000 the year following. And then if there are any residual dollars left over from the capital project at year end or at project end for debt, that would go into the debt service fund in year 3. But again, this is kind of what we had planned on trying to tier the increases in debt service for the taxpayer. So it was done over a number of years rather than a one-year gulp of getting all of that increase in debt service at one time. So
And Jim,
That's
can
where
you
we
say
go.
again, Jim, can you mention again what the allowable cap would have been this year if we had not applied debt service?
5% even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the 3.31 that we're proposing in this budget versus what it could have been without that application of that debt service reserve.
Yeah. And for those in the community, I think, and I know the board already knows this, it's just going to be a wonderful school, and the Glover Fields are fantastic. They look terrific. They're ready to play. There's no mud on the field, right? We're ready to go, and that's really fantastic for our students, and they're gonna be out there, and that's really what we owe to them. So it's nice that that's working out. I'm going to stop talking now.
Okay, any questions for Jim? Wow. I think that brings us to our comment period. Is that correct?
Yep.
We moved quickly enough. I don't have any. Let's go back.
You know, I guess while we're waiting, especially talking about Glover reminds me that, you know, I'm thinking, Sue, about the conversations that we had with Preservation Society. I think maybe it's time for us to come back to some of those conversations now that the facility is completing,
Yeah,
spring
so
is coming.
John Condon is not on the call, but they actually have been pretty consistently in touch with us and with him, and Jim probably as well too. So there's been a transition in the person on the board that's going to be working with us, but yeah, that's still moving forward.
Excellent. And we will be at this point, just Jessa, this is a reminder to you too, because I know some promises that we have kept in the forefront of our mind to keep. Football is starting with next week's season. So we want to be sure to come back around to
Yes.
Some recognitions there.
Our plans over there.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be nice if we talked about having the Fields Committee come together to make some decisions about that. So let's put that. It's been a little derailed on a number of topics, but let's make sure we focus on that.
Yeah, great. Jim, if you could, I think we've got Fields combined with facilities these days. Yep. So we've had both topics come up in this meeting. So we'll try to get a Fields and Facilities Committee meeting on the calendar in the very near future so we can tie up some of those loose ends.
And I think we should also tack on a facilities committee meeting to go over long-term strategic planning.
Mm-hmm.
We never really picked up on that again from last year.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, Jess, so any
emails? I don't have any emails yet, so.
Okay, what was the time that the deadline that we gave?
We said 2:15. I didn't have any from this morning either. So we are a little ahead of schedule, which is a nice place to be. I don't know if you're all comfortable with this, but of course, like if we have any emails that come through, we'd be responding to them via email anyway. So I'd be happy to read it out loud at our next public comment session for the record. That sounds okay to everybody.
Which is Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, and just since we've got a minute, I'll say the schedule that we're anticipating for Monday's meeting, although it was originally going to be just solely an exec session, it's our annual tenure review meeting. We are asking to have a brief public meeting on Wednesday night starting at 6:30 so that we can present the reopening plan in its current state. Obviously, the task force is still in process, but we wanted to come to the board with a general framework of what we're looking at for a potential phase-in, order of phase-in, timeline, some of the kind of the most important key pieces of what it would look like. to make sure that the board is supportive of the direction that we're heading. That also then will allow us to, if we present that on Wednesday night and the board is supportive of that direction, we'll plan to host a couple parent sessions on Thursday, a morning session and an evening session, so that parents can come to and hear a little bit more and ask questions about what to expect as far as reopening. Because as a piece of this, we will be asking parents and students to make a firm commitment as to whether they will be coming back to full-time in-person instruction or whether they'll be remaining full virtual. That's crucial to us to have that information as we finalize planning, because as we've said before, space has been an issue. Many of our classrooms are undersized, and we need to know who physically will be returning so that we can make sure that we plan and have the space. So we'll be having a brief public meeting starting at 6:30. I anticipate it to be probably 30, 45 minutes at most, and then we would adjourn to exec session for our tenure discussion as usual. So just wanted to add that in since we were waiting.
No, that's a good communication on that. I meant to actually mention that in my opening remarks, so thank you for doing that.
Very well.
Okay, I think if everybody's comfortable, I'll read anything that comes in the next couple minutes ahead of 2:15, if anything, in our next public comment session.
It's my turn.
It is.
Madam President, would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Don't all jump in at once. Thanks, Sue and Vin. We have a second and a third. Any questions or comments?
I just wanted to thank Jackie for all of her work and sticking with us.
Yes,
What do you
thank
think?
you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yes. The binder is
Steve.
the binder's incredible. Like, it's amazing every year how detailed it is, how organized it is, how easy it is to read through it. So thank you for that. If the community wants to have a hard copy, I know in the past we've had booklets, but it would be all online this year, correct?
Yes, it's all online. We also have a copy at the superintendent's office. And then once principals all have them, and then once the board approves the final budget they'll be made available for viewing too.
Okay, very good.
Lots of great information in there. I mean, it's very, very in-depth. You can really, it's all right there.
Absolutely. And I'd love to get, sorry, I know we're having a little bit of conversation instead of taking our vote, but the enrollment data is so fascinating. I know we've spoken about that in regards to a number of topics recently. So it'd be interesting to maybe towards the start of next school year, just get an update on where we are from like an enrollment perspective with our schools and seeing, I know we're all anticipating some impacts one way or another in an unpredictable way with regards to COVID impacts, but hard to see it in the data that we saw so far, I think.
Yeah, I will definitely be able to do that. And that even speaks to kind of the reopening. Commitments for this spring are going to be important for planning for this spring, but I think we'll also be looking for where the task force is going to help us continue to think about next fall as well. Because we are committed to being back to school full time in the fall. So we will likely need to know, we don't even know at this point what online learning might look like in the fall, what the expectations might be. There's still a lot of unknowns, but we will be planning for a full reopening in September. And we will definitely have enrollment updates as part of that, as there may need to be some shifts to accommodate spaces, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, so those were weird questions and comments for the motion to adjourn, but all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Thanks, Steve Ravita.